Well, good morning, everybody. This should be quite interesting. Coming to you live from Oaxaca, Mexico, of course. I got my tea. I don't have any crumpets, but I am ready to rock. Let me pull up some useful information on the screen of what we can expect to be argued in this debate. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We did a full deep forensic breakdown of what the chronology of how this debate came together is. I'm just going to pull up that report so we have it available. Yes, facts and prediction. That's what I want. I'm going to have it up on the screen as well so you guys can see it, of course. Let me just get a screen capture going here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What up, what up, what up? Scott says this should be brutal. It might be. We also did a very thorough analysis, 3 hours each, deep dive into getting a high resolution picture of who Andrew Wilson is as a person and thinker, as well as Candace Owens. I feel like I have a high resolution idea of who they are now. Let me share this window capture. Just going to make myself a bit smaller so we're not covering up the screen. Shrink this as much as I can as well. Can I do this as to not? And just put that at the top, then we can see a little bit of that moving chat. Something like that. All right. So if anyone wants to have access to this document, that's a thorough analysis of what led up to this debate, literally all the details, the chronology, the money trail, the Brian Atlas from whatever podcast reconstruction of all the money that's been offered, the Wilson fundraising, the video fact check of Andrew Wilson's fundraising video. And then this also includes a complete pre-debate evidence forecast. Andrew Wilson has the evidentiary edge here. Much harder case for the conspiracy theory that Candace Owens has been trying to spin with regards to this. issue. We're not going to go through all that business, all the money stuff. I gave my opinion that any money related to this, I think the right thing to do would be for that money to go to Charlie Kirk's children. I mean, it's about him, it's about his assassination. I don't think there should have been, these kinds of personal financial gains from a debate like this. The right thing to do is to do something like that, or to have the money go to an important cause that maybe would have been important to Charlie Kirk. I think that's the right thing to do. This negotiation back and forth to make a whole pile of money on this thing, I think, very cringe. I don't necessarily, Andrew Wilson apparently, and we went through all this, none of this has been verified independently, but apparently has sent $300,000 to Candace Owens to get her to do this, and then he's fundraising to make some of that money back. There's a lot of details and a lot of misinformation related to that online, so this report is pretty airtight unless there's new evidence that has come to light. Yeah, we did the full fact check of the Andrew Wilson fundraising video, which was pretty accurate to the facts. There were some mistakes. Someone said, "Hey, Penguin, for some reason there's a duplicate scheduled live stream." Oh, that's weird. Good morning, everybody. All right, we got about 15 minutes until this thing starts. So yeah, the complete pre-debate evidence forecast has Andrew Wilson with the pre-debate evidence edge. Andrew Wilson is on the side that Mr. Robertson has, in fact, committed this murder. Okay, let's go through what is actually being debated. So the proposition and the three burdens. Owens has publicly framed her side as the claim that on the facts disclosed so far, there is more evidence Robinson was set up as a patsy than evidence that he committed the crime of assassinating Charlie Kirk. Wilson's public response is that the evidence is more compelling that Robinson was the Wilson's public response is that the evidence is more compelling that Robinson was the lone shooter and was not set up by federal actors. The negotiations also show a dispute about whether the event is merely a critique of the state's evidence or also a cross-examination of Owens' own affirmative assassination claims. Critical burden distinction. Do not collapse three different questions. A, trial burden. Has the state proved guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? That has not happened. Robinson has not entered a plea and no trial has occurred. B, epistemic likelihood. On the public evidence presently available, which shooter hypothesis is better supported? And C, Owens' affirmative claim. Does the evidence specifically favor a federal patsy / frame up explanation over ordinary alternatives? Owens can expose weaknesses relevant to A or B without thereby establishing C. Separately, the current preliminary hearing procedural standard is probable cause, not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Again, the current preliminary hearing procedural standard is probable cause, not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So here's the evidence map, and we'll be taking a close look at this throughout the conversation. So, surveillance sequence. This is likely to come up. Unaltered footage was admitted after the defense initially objected successfully to an annotated/zoomed presentation. Later, Judge Graff allowed an edited/enhanced version to be shown in court outside the public live stream. The rooftop figure remains an investigator identified sequence, not a clean facial identification. Rifle recovery/escape path. Police say a bolt action 30-06 rifle wrapped in a towel was found in woods along the suspected escape path, with 1 spent and 3 unspent rounds. DNA on rifle, towel, and screwdriver. ATF and FBI DNA analysts, together with state evidence collection testimony, reported results strongly associating Robinson with relevant samples, including DNA associated with the rifle and evidence recovered with or near it. Some samples were mixed, and analysts appropriately avoided absolute identification language. Alleged note and roommate texts. Charging record describes a note and messages in which Robinson allegedly admits the shooting and references retrieving his rifle and engraved rounds. The defense can attack authenticity, context, completeness, or witness handling, but the content is unusually specific. Alleged Discord admission. Hey, shout out to the Pangburn Discord. AP reports prosecutors showed messages attributed to Robinson stating, quote, "It was me at UVU yesterday, roughly an hour before surrender." This is a separate communications channel from the roommate text/note, but authentication, account control, and full context still matter. Roommate oral account. Twiggs told prosecutors Robinson later confirmed the shooting. Twiggs is the roommate. Confirmed the shooting and expressed regret. Twiggs received immunity, which is a legitimate credibility point for cross-examination. Family recognition/surrender. Charging record says Robinson's parents recognized the released image. His father recognized the rifle, and family/friend intervention preceded surrender. These are prosecution allegations until adjudicated. One more time. These are prosecution allegations until adjudicated. Ballistics, bullet fragments. ATF testimony said the fragment recovered from Kirk's body could not be conclusively tied to the suspected rifle. This is a genuine defense point and should not be called a match. Political motive. Texts allegedly include, quote, "had enough of his hatred," but the defense says broader device searches did not establish a developed political motive. Political motive chiefly bears on the victim targeting enhancement. The current capital eligibility dispute separately concerns whether the shot knowingly created a great risk of death to others. Both are secondary to shooter identity. So those are going to be the main things that are reached in this conversation. And we will go with the expected presentations here. Yeah, we're not talking about Hassan Piker today. We are dealing with this debate. I don't measure value by the amount of likes, the amount of viewers. I measure value by, in situations like this, epistemic rigor and accuracy, and ethics and ethical outcomes that are consistent with maximizing well-being in the world, physical, mental, and social health. I know some people put a lot of value on viewership, likes, reach, things like that. I'm more interested in trying to live as virtuously as I can. So Wilson's likely argument architecture. We have about 7 minutes. Number one, convergence beats isolated anomaly. Expect Wilson to argue that Owens repeatedly evaluates one piece at a time, a blurry roof image, an inconclusive bullet fragment, another person's DNA, an odd gait, while ignoring the joint probability of the whole record. His likely refrain will be that no single item needs to, quote, prove the case. If surveillance, rifle recovery, DNA, alleged admissions, family recognition, and surrender cross-corroborate one another. Number two, the alleged admissions contain specific corroborating details. The charging information says the roommate received a note and messages in which Robinson allegedly claimed responsibility, discussed a rifle left at a drop point, referred to his grandfather's rifle, and mentioned engraved ammunition. Wilson will likely argue that details later corresponding to the recovered rifle and ammunition are harder to dismiss as generic post-event chatter. The alleged Discord emission is a separate digital channel. AP reports that about an hour before Robinson surrendered, prosecutors presented a Discord message attributed to his account stating, quote, "It was me at UVU yesterday. It authenticated and contextually complete." Wilson can argue, if authenticated and contextually complete, Wilson can argue that is materially important because it is a separate communications environment from the alleged roommate note/text exchange. Owens's strongest reply is not merely, quote, "Discord can be hacked," but a source-specific challenge. Account authentication, device/account control, metadata, message continuity, and what Discord itself supplied versus what investigators inferred. DNA is not a television, quote, "match," but it is still powerful. Wilson should be strongest if he states the forensic evidence. Conservatively, witnesses testified that relevant DNA profiles are vastly more likely under models including Robinson than under unknown person alternatives, with some samples mixed. That is powerful inclusion evidence, but it does not by itself establish when or why DNA was deposited. Inclusive ballistics is not exculpatory. Wilson will almost certainly emphasize that, quote, "inclusive" means the bullet fragment cannot be attributed to or excluded from the rifle with adequate confidence. Owens can fairly use this to rebut claims of a conclusive projectile to rifle match. She cannot fairly translate it into, quote, "the rifle was disproven as the murder weapon." And the patsy theory needs a mechanism. This may be Wilson's decisive cross-examination lane. Who framed Robinson? Which evidence was planted or fabricated? Who authored the alleged text and note? How did the rifle, DNA, family statements, vehicle surveillance sequence, and surrender come to align? What reliable evidence links the relevant fabrication to federal actors? If Owens cannot answer at the mechanism level, Wilson can argue that suspicion has been substituted for an explanatory model. Owens' likely argument architecture. Owens' recent first-party programming has concentrated on alleged holes in the Robertson narrative. Purportedly new rooftop campus imagery, quote, other man rooftop footage, alleged 4K video anomalies, witness and institutional inconsistencies, and the preliminary hearing. These titles and themes establish what Owens is emphasizing, not whether the underlying claims are true. The exact exhibits she will bring are unknown. The following is a forecast based on her public emphasis. Rooftop identification and where is the rifle? DNA mixtures, transfer, and probabilistic language. The bullet fragment result. Twiggs' immunity and credibility. Motive and investigative gaps. Federal/institutional distrust as the bridge. We got 8 decisive clashes here. But we will also have the Pangburn system running throughout this whole thing. But I want to stay on the evidence map. What up, everyone? Good morning. Make sure you smash that like button. It'll help attract some more people to the stream. Better turn up the volume here. We are ready to rock and roll here. I think we reached 15,000 live for the Destiny and Constantine Kissin debate. Now this is being live streamed all over the place. So yeah, this is going to be a big one. All right. Better make sure my system is up and running. Yeah, if you guys in the chat could also keep an eye on the claims, just to make sure I don't miss any as we are live here. We might get into some claim storms here. We'll also do release a full, in-depth, full 3x, triple-headed, double-dipped, Pangburn deep analysis of this debate after, and the document will be available for everyone to download. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome. All systems go. Rock and roll. Good morning, everyone. Let me know how you're doing in the chat. Are you guys awake? Are you fresh? Are you ready? Once you get into the room, please smash that like button. If you care to share this stream on X, there's the post. This would be a perfect day for me to lose power, by the way. No, Trav, you're going to jinx it. If they both bring their best, this has a chance of being a good mid resolution debate. If they fall into their issues of motive attribution and personal attacks and that kind of stuff, then it's just going to turn into a monkey flinging feces battle. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully they bring their best. They both have demonstrated, based on my deep analysis of both of them, that they can engage in high-level epistemic rigor and good faith, helpful debate. The problem is this is not the norm for them. So what can they bring today? Candace Owens' strongest epistemic posture that we discovered last night was her ability to narrativize, get a solid picture of a situation and the evidence. That also works against her, though, when she starts inferring things by way of conspiratorial line drawing from the facts, and those things, instead of becoming hypotheses, they become believed theories very, very quickly in her mind. So yeah, that's a big epistemic problem. She scores very poorly with regards to the 10 Pangburn epistemic virtues. Andrew Wilson has the classic overgeneralization problem, where he will have some questions and concerns about repeatability in some corners of psychology, and then he will claim from that this overgeneralized statement that that's why I don't consider psychology science, which is insane. Someone says this has no chance of being a good debate. Well, that's not true. That's just demonstrably false. no chance is that same hypergeneralization epistemic error that I just outlined that Andrew Wilson can fall into. And then you just committed it. Tai Tai said much of her evidence is from dreams she has had. I don't think that's an accurate depiction based on the deep, deep analysis I did last night of Candace Owens. When you say much, there might be instances of that, but much is drastically overstated. But nevertheless, she is on life support. Epistemically. Yeah, it was rough last night going through. Can you guys still see what I'm looking at? Yeah, okay, good. Still not getting going, hey? These guys didn't wake up early enough. Oh yeah, her 10 scores here. The the weakness in her course, the application of correspondence criteria of truth, which is basically just like objective reasoning, objective thinking, caring about whether the objects actually correspond to the proposition. She only gets a 5.3 out of 10 score in this deep analysis. That's very bad, and that's obviously going to affect all of these other categories. Evidential proportionality at a 4.3 out of 10. That's showing that you have a very bad relationship with available evidence, which is her largest weakness. Anomaly, volume, association, and suspicion frequently receive more certainty than the causal evidence warrants. That's a big epistemic error. We went through all this last night, but it was quite fascinating. Uncertainty preservation, that is obviously being born of this lack of fallibilism in her epistemic structure. Lexical qualifiers are common, but unresolved items often acquire narrative certainty through accumulation. She engages in that, correlative stacking that conspiracy type thinkers, conspiratorial line drawers engage in. She stacks those correlations that might just have the thinnest line connected to the proposition. And the more of those, even though they're very thin lines, start weighing heavier on her epistemic foundation and cause her to commit narrative certainty simply based on accumulation of these correlates, as opposed to drawing causal lines or caring about causal lines. There are people saying Candace canceled. No way, man. No way, bro. Then the conspiracy theories are going to fly. Let's see. Let's see what X is doing here. uh, man. Wonder what's going on. Oh, well, we're here for it, whatever the hell happens. Well, a chatter in our chat here is saying it's all over PBD chat. We can look there. Breaking: Candace storms out of studio. Candace and Andrew may be arguing. Candace is the biggest grifter. Candace bots enjoy the la, 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 la. Well, you know, um, I hate to be the bearer of poopy epistemic news, but just because they're saying this in the chat doesn't mean we should take it seriously. We'll wait for some further confirmation. Make sure you smash that like button. If this does get canceled, we are of course going to check in on the drama on X. But something seems to be up. No posts from Candace Owens on X. Maybe I should share my X screen. I'll just X post at them. Can you hurry up, please? I'm sure that's what they want to hear from Uncle Trav. Well, folks, we are at a standstill here. Us and 32,000 others on Patrick Bet David's podcast channel are waiting. I'm sure there are many more around the world trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Remember, our first live stream a couple days ago was outlining what the hell is going on with Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens. People are getting antsy in Patrick Bet David's chat. Start already. Oh. Skynet Art says, what team here, Owens or Wilson? I am always team well-being. Those who are working to maximize well-being, physical, mental, and social health for themselves and those around them. That's the team I'm on. And specifically for this stream, I am interested in who's engaging in the highest amounts of epistemic rigor and doing it in an ethical fashion based on well-being calculus. Team rigor. Rigor is what I said. New member. Skynet says, okay, you believe Tyler is guilty or not? Well, I think it's almost certainly the case that he's guilty of this assassination. And I think the evidence is pretty overwhelmingly against Mr. Robinson. We've done 3 days of very in-depth analysis leading up to this. You know, just because the bullet fragments can't be given an exact positive match to the gun, it also can't be ruled out that the bullet was fired from the grandfather's gun, grandfather's rifle. Smash that like button, folks. Let me know how you're feeling. How frustrated are you that you have to wait? I mean, I'm cool. Keep your Bill Steen says, can both sides lose? My ideal outcome. So we've gone through, everyone, just to recap, the main piece of evidence. For those of you following along, if you want this document big and wide so you can read it, you can go to pang-burn.com/analysis. And you can download this Pangburn analysis document. So this is the evidence map, what Wilson is likely to build off the most popular evidence. So the surveillance sequence is one of the top pieces of evidence that will be examined. Rifle recovery / escape path, DNA on rifle, towel, and screwdriver, alleged note and roommate texts, alleged Discord admission, roommate oral account, family recognition and surrender. That one's pretty big. And for Candace Owens' case here, is the family in on this FBI conspiracy? Is the roommate in on it? We already read through the surveillance sequence stuff. All the information is here. We already read through Wilson's likely argument structure. Actually, we can go through, we didn't get to read the details of Owens' likely argument structure because I thought it was about to start. So the rooftop identification and where is the rifle. And again, this is Owens' likely argument structure. Expect Owens to replay surveillance and argue that the rooftop subject is not facially identifiable. She's probably going to argue that, which seems to be the case. There isn't a positive facial ID from the footage. That the weapon is not consistently visible, and that the state's interpretation of gait or concealed rifle movement is inferential. Procedurally, the defense initially persuaded the court not to use an edited presentation with added highlight circles / zoom because of bias concerns. Prosecutors then used unaltered footage. Later in the hearing, Judge Graff permitted an edited / enhanced version to be shown inside the courtroom, but outside the public live stream. Owens therefore has a legitimate cautionary point about visual persuasion, but it would be inaccurate to say the enhanced version remained categorically excluded. What's with the delay, these bums? Owens' likely argument architecture with regards to DNA mixtures, transfer, and probabilistic language. Owens is likely to emphasize that DNA was mixed on some items and that Twig's DNA also appeared on evidence. She may stress expert acknowledgments of human error and the fact that likelihood ratio testimony does not mean, quote, this person definitely touched this object during the crime. Those are valid forensic cautions. Her weak point will be if she treats the presence of Twig's DNA as affirmative evidence Twiggs was the shooter without a comparative transfer / context analysis. The bullet fragment result. This is probably Owens' cleanest courtroom-derived fact. Testing of the fragment recovered from Kirk's body was inconclusive. She can accurately attack anyone who described it as a conclusive ballistic match. The inference from, quote, not conclusively matched, which is true, to, quote, therefore the recovered rifle was planted or unrelated would require additional evidence. Does she have the additional evidence? Twigs, the roommate, immunity and credibility. Owens can fairly argue that an immunized witness deserves careful scrutiny, particularly when the witness supplies incriminating oral statements and participates in the chain of evidence. Wilson will answer that immunity does not itself falsify the messages and that the alleged admission contains details that can be checked against physical evidence. Motive and investigative gaps. The latest defense filing disputes the political motive enhancement and says device searches produce little beyond one alleged, quote, hatred statement. Owens may use that to argue the public narrative.
So we're officially live. Candace,
we're live.
Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. It's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on some things, but you had a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them, the Candace Show, the Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD Podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's three people representing Andrew and three people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that
there is testimonial evidence.
Just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie
testimony
Kirk,
is evidence.
And I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is, one, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and two, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case, and I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like, but if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building, and she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife, and it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience. I have obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27-front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that, and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
So
0%?
You know, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right.
And kill him.
I would, if you said, was he involved that day? As
Right.
I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah,
Losi.
but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories. To that.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it, and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not.
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
Losi,
open-
150 feet. No,
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
with maybe a smaller.
Smaller caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute, and that's why I'm.
yeah, but
because if
we're
not
trying to get
establishing
to
the
whether there's
timeline-
overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
So
if you
whether
want to
then
use
starting
the first,
with
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
yeah,
for
like
you,
we should
that's
go
fine.
over the actual
Okay,
evidence
so
that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losi Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary
hearing?
hearing?
Covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet
when
analysis?
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right?
Okay.
That doesn't remove, if you think somebody's set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I
That's
agree.
not convincing evidence to
I
me.
concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So
that
you
logically possible.
I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many years.
For many years.
Mm-hmm.
You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that. by the way.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it
She said
change
that
15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many
Okay.
years
So,
alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise,
Mm-hmm.
when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris
Mm-hmm.
that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well, I
but
wanted
I
to
want you to
start
respond
with
to
the
2 points.
debris.
I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay, you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second.
it.
How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you don't have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
say, I don't know. I
but what
actually
would
don't
that-
have an
what would
explanation
that
for that,
prove,
Candace.
though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the three names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied
Make
into
sure
to
you
Robinson
smash the
being a
like
patsy.
button, folks.
Are
Welcome,
you claiming
welcome.
that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that
I
it
am
could
providing
be Matt
live
Robinson,
fact
it could be
checks
Amber
in the
Robinson.
comment
That sort of
section here.
information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the
I'll wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various
But it
places.
also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
This is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
no, I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
the state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
no. This is a huge point. This is crazy
we
that you
can
don't
call
know
for
this.
a fact check if
Yes,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single
The
day.
team in the back is
Utah
actually
rule
saying
1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well, but they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it.
No,
the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial, swear them in. But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was saying,
but not all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
that's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. When you say, Candace,
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that.
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
I'm saying that I think you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
means? So
this,
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I am saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking.
I don't think Andrew made that argument.
Can I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally...
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole claim today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
A standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say
evidence.
it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
the
they were
idea that on a college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to like argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
it
even
is.
if it is,
you can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
and it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
Okay, she has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing that's funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
So
just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong. I wasn't.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing. And then said, based on that, it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So, no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that I just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just going to gaslight me and pretend that I said
there's no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you said in that tweet.
This is your time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your debate
That's not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position, if that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
is that the
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know,
and I never said it was exhaustive, even though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay. So I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some reason you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them
literally
conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson, is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah,
top
I would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm
in
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
If
I
you
don't-
may
I feel-
have
I
it,
think
if
And
you
by
that's
the
have it,
not
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see me
some
on the staircase.
Maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang on.
right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mm-hmm.
not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes
Sorry.
of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he didn't
texting.
tweet it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that I
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like
That happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
and I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more
Nobody
is going to come
disputes
out
that either.
because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the
Well,
text
I'm just
messages.
saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds like
scientific.
you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel
Okay.
like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It
Well,
literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes, that's
Okay.
a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that at
what
all.
are the things
How
that-
many times did you? I mean,
Yeah.
if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like
Yeah.
they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102, and the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, "Where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching." You are watching the state put on a hearsay
Yes.
preliminary
There's gonna be
hearing,
hearsay. True.
and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, "You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you,
These
write
things
this
are not in
statement?"
dispute.
So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage, okay? But it's hearsay. So it
But
doesn't.
even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay, under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
You can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that I-
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also that's just
But
crazy
these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter,
that's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
right? But the question that was asked of you was pretty direct,
Yeah.
right? What did you
and
find
this
to
is
be?
not an exhaustive list of all the things
Well,
that
that's
I
not
find
what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
Wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean
and-
from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what
what
I
do you?
was saying,
Okay, go ahead.
yes.
Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can
So
we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break?
I'm
Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going, but we can
would
also.
you like to take
yeah.
a quick break?
Doesn't
or
matter to me either
If
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle
let's
of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000 years, Christians have lived continuously in a small village just outside of Jerusalem.
All right, I'm going to mute that. Wow. Okay. Very interesting. A lot of factual errors and misleading comments so far, and we're just into the beginning stages of this. Fascinating. You guys all hanging in there? Welcome, everybody. Smash that like button. Let me know you're here. Let me know what you think in the comment section. Interesting, not interesting. We're going to get into the text messages and confessions here. Next. I mean, for people who care so much about this issue, there's the factual accuracy in this debate so far is not good. It'll be interesting to see what the final report looks like. There's also a lot of dialectical issues that are very fast that I have a lot of comments about, but I'm more focusing on the fact check itself. As opposed to the reasoning, logic, etc. that's on display in the dialectic itself. Let's see, are they heading back here?
Confirmed the first 2 United States deaths associated with that outbreak. The CDC says the illness is caused by cyclospora, a microscopic parasite commonly spread through contaminated fresh produce. It can cause severe stomach cramps, nausea, fatigue, and other debilitating symptoms. If you get sick, the CDC recommends Bactrim. That's why the wellness company created the medical emergency kit with generic Bactrim plus 7 additional prescription medications to help treat more than 25 common illnesses and medical emergencies, all prescribed before you need them.
This final report is going to include all of the fallacious reasoning, absolutely everything. It's going to be the most exhaustive Pangburn analysis you've ever seen. So hold on to your butts for that.
Use code Candace at checkout to save up to $45 off plus free shipping. That's twc.health/Candace. Kits are available for United States residents only.
We'll be right back. Yeah, a lot of rapid fire back and forth here. Some personal targeting mixed in there. They should stay away from that. That's poor epistemic posture. Attack the arguments, not the person. It did seem like Andrew Wilson didn't want to focus on that tweet that was brought up because it seemed like he had misrepresented it a bit, and Candace Owens wanted to expose that. That was an interesting moment. What I'm going to have to do is try and get this transcript ASAP as soon as this video is done. I'm going to use a particular kind of software to grab the transcript before YouTube actually produces the transcript. Hopefully it will allow me to do that. I need that transcript. Hopefully they're still with us when we return. Oh, someone says, who do you think is winning the debate so far? Well, I would say, Candace has made many more factual mistakes. So I'm going to say Andrew thus far. Andrew's at 57% in this polling. Candace is at 43%. Interesting. But like I said at the outset, Andrew has a way easier task in this debate. I actually think, like, with regards to the cases I've studied thousands and thousands of hours of criminal court cases, and this is a pretty cut and dry case. Tyler Robinson almost certainly is the shooter. conspiracy webs and theories that seem to have been getting softened up by Candace Owens in this discussion. Like I agree, like there has been some softening of original claims. Candace said at one point, let me pull up my notes here. Where was it? I just want to get the exact. It was all of the evidence is hearsay, she said. And then she softened that. Yeah, she said all of the evidence was hearsay in the preliminary. And then she softened that to the majority of the evidence was hearsay. So she softened that in real time. And then Andrew did notice that she was softening that. But Andrew misidentified. She had said all the evidence was hearsay. And Andrew agreed that she said the majority. But that's not what she said. She said all. Oh yeah. That's a good point, Wolf. It's like this is the preliminary. This is not the trial. You know, maybe these two will come together again to have a debate after the trial, if there is going to be a trial, unless there will be a confession. I actually could see with this case that maybe there will be a plea deal. Robinson will plead guilty to the shooting, and because I believe the death penalty's on the table. Yeah, I believe it's still on the table. Unless Robinson wants to risk death if he really believes he's innocent of these crimes. So yeah, the death penalty is still on the table. Fantastic. I just wanted to double check that. Okay,
I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now, just so you know. They want to control it.
No, they don't.
This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text.
The mainstream media hates this.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff. In
nice one, Patrick.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay, so they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
Also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
yes. But my point being
yeah.
is just that, just first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch
Yeah, but do you see how
fastest.
that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me
aside,
respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition is the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
kind
parts
of like
compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside just your general intuition that sometimes might be text messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI would not, FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I don't know.
If
maybe
it was
not.
the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things. I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
You find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
Wait,
you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case that was being reported in mainstream media, that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay. Maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
So what is just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler confronted him?
That's part of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but I did But we can pull them up.
No,
and yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up? 'Cause
I can
know-
already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this
go
is
ahead.
where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
Why wouldn't the negates the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting. That doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about you said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence, I'm going to address
that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never happened.
You're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. Did you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have already in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then
first?
just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
a thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get discovery on the messages.
Don't you think that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to
the
parents fact check.
So I was saying, right? I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Is this the charging doc?
I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question.
First off, the parents are not going to ever play in court. Play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
forever. But they're playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who was involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son
was
up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not."
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
based
saying,
on the statements of
it's him saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery.
You're saying that they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah,
no,
they could have said they're they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah,
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there,
so they're not allowed to present anything.
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly... If you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds... That's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so
X.
they're saying all of
yeah,
these
but
charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just
what
put
I'm
out?
asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a
reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
Yeah, well, but thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with it, you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that if the state is allowed to use,
I didn't
this is what
lecture
this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not. You're
just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
I'll explain exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were
Right?
convinced.
Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that.
Okay.
So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16 Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the
Where
discovery
it's just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay, so that's
I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
that we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary
a show
to the
cause.
preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right, great.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess
Yeah.
the
I'd like to
disagreements now
also-
would move into the
I
evidences that you have stated
Yeah.
on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all related
your
to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
no,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
no,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else, and I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your,
and you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
and
things
we
that
should
you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our
This is
debate
this is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I
you haven't
explained to you that he had
invalidated
the
it.
most degraded prints was I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's giving
on
a
that.
dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
those are
I
the
do
things
doubt. I
that
do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry.
Candace, question for you.
That
What,
Tyler
But I am
Robinson-
sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged
What up,
to somebody
everyone?
on
Good
Charlie's
morning.
team.
Make sure you smash that like button.
This is why
Wake up.
The investigation
It's Candace
itself
Owens versus
feels
Andrew
underwhelming.
Wilson.
When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it, actually go up on a podcast and explain. I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident? The various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're asked the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would take to convince you that the oppositional is
Patsy.
true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take from me.
Okay.
Just
I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard. And then, of course, I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him.
Yeah.
So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here that from
Without
you.
question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy?
Of
the government
course,
was involved?
I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad break.
Take an ad break, sure.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around.
To create a shoe that blends comfort, function, and luxury.
Hang in there, folks.
We
We're
had the
getting
choice to
there.
make
We're
it
getting there.
fast.
I'm just catching
We had
up.
the choice to make it cheap. We chose neither. Instead, we chose Tuscany, Italy. We chose true Italian craft.
The beautiful thing about these events, you know how quickly it goes? Like this. Is everybody ready to get started? It's
Oh, that's nice.
Hey guys and gals,
Yeah.
Vincent Oshana here. My Faith
Rock and
Over
roll.
Fear line is taking off, and it's all thanks to you. We've got hats, shirts, hoodies, you name it. We also got brand new designs and new apparel dropping all the time. So if you want to rock some Faith Over Fear gear, hit the QR code on the screen or click on the link in the description. And remember, guys, if you have true faith in God, you have absolutely nothing to fear. God bless, and the future looks bright.
Many times when people think about valuetainment, all they think about is a podcast, but it's a lot more than that. It's 9 companies working together on an 11-acre campus. If I was to give you a virtual tour here, you'll see the HR department hiring, talent acquisition. We have full-stack developers that are working on Connect and Hire Metrics. We have a full-fledged events team that puts together events with thousands of people. We have a merch department designing the latest product. We just launched the FLB shoes made in Italy. We have a marketing department. Then if you go to the complete opposite side of the building, 50, 60.
I, of course, will be releasing a comprehensive audit analysis report of this entire debate once I get the transcript in hand. I'm going to try and rip that transcript instantly as soon as this video completes. Sometimes it takes a while, but I'm going to use a different software to grab this transcript right away so I can get that report out ASAP. It's going to take a few hours to get the level of detail and extensive report that I want for this debate. But that will be available. I will announce it on X and on our Discord server. By the way, everyone make sure you join the Pangburn Discord server if you're not a member yet. Right there. That's where you get the most real-time updates of what's going on at Pangburn. That's also where we're hanging out when we are not live. We have events coming up in New York City, in Vancouver, Canada, Dallas. Make sure you take a look at pang-burn.com/tickets. Come and hang out in person. It'll be a hell of a time. Destiny is going to be going head-to-head with Ezra Levant, who is the CEO of Canada's biggest right-wing media outlet, Rebel News. That one's going to be epic. It's going to be a 4-hour epic, that discussion. Who will tap out first? Well, this has been interesting so far. There are going to be a lot of reasoning notes to go through. Andrew is pointing out some good logical points and errors that are kind of at the central issue of Candace Owens' general epistemic makeup. We, of course, went through her extensive analysis last night, breaking down her epistemic reality versus her ethical reality. And from a Pangburn epistemic perspective, she scores very low. She's on life support epistemically. And a lot of these reasons relating to misapplication of fallibilism, a misapplication of evidence into conspiratorial inference, and using weak corroborative evidence in place of where we need to eventually see some causal lines being drawn epistemically. She's just very weak at that. Andrew's weakness, of course, are the overgeneralizations that are born of his epistemic applications. He's made some overgeneralizations today. So you don't, when you start saying literally everyone, these kinds of things, that's indicative of a lot of the common errors we see in Andrew Wilson's epistemology and how it manifests. But Andrew Wilson generally is a good epistemic atomist in that he will focus on breaking down the foundations of the claim and trying to understand the reason and rationality from bottom to top. And so that's where his epistemic strength lies. No, this is a break. It's not over. My computer is lagging out. What do I have open that I don't need open? Quit. Do I need Discord open right now? I don't. I should close Discord in case. Just on a quick break here, folks. I should go pee quickly. All right. Someone asked, can you explain the utility of showing this debate? Yes, correcting mistakes in reasoning, mistakes in epistemic standards and the application of those standards, ethical mistakes, holding the people debating, and Patrick Bet David accountable to rigorous epistemic and ethical standards. That's the purpose. We can't just have, the Steven Crowders of the world, the Tucker Carlsons, the other people of the world reviewing these debates. I think if that's happening, we're not going to have high chances of seeing great epistemic and ethical upgrades, at least by my standards, by the Pangburn standards. So that's why I see value in this. And this, of course, is a very culturally influential debate that is wide-reaching. So I think my stream will reach some new viewers, some people, and hopefully it will lead them to the analysis, and they can learn something about true, honest fact-checking and how to be epistemically rigorous, things like that. How not to be swindled by misinformation is another one. All in all, Andrew's having from a fact-based perspective, Andrew's having a very good time. Like I said, Andrew has the much easier position here. Candace Owens is the one in that conspiratorial zone. So there's going to be some things that just have no good reason to infer and to commit to the inferences and beliefs that Candace Owens has with regards to this case, because they're conspiratorial. Corroboration does not equal causation, right? Correlation does not equal causation. So there's conspiracy theories will often try to correlate by way of conspiratorial line drawing towards trying to make a case for something. But then when you ask for the actual causal lines, the causal links, I think Candace Owens is coming up empty-handed, and she's almost certainly going to continue to come up empty-handed. So you can point to issues in this case and say, well, I don't think the prosecution has met their burden there. Fair enough. It happens all the time. That's completely reasonable legal analysis and fact-finding, good sound epistemic posturing. But when you start saying, oh, there's a problem with ballistics here that they can't, absolutely match it to this particular rifle. Again, that doesn't mean it didn't come from that rifle, but they can't absolutely match it to that rifle. And then you start stacking that with a bunch of other things and think that that's getting you closer to this conspiracy theory that you've construed.
Okay,
that
so
the
we're
idea that
officially
the
back.
FBI is
Andrew,
behind
before we
this.
go into
Where
other
is the
issues we wanna
causal
talk
line?
about,
The causal
is it
line
fair to
doesn't
say you're
exist,
good defending
at
your
least
position
yet.
of the overwhelming evidence.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah. So I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to
Well,
question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like, let's use
I
a
mean,
word
there's no-
to
there's
use a
no-
word
nothing
that you're
transcendent.
saying. But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a
So
bit
am
of
I
a.
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
If I
ask
said
you
if you
some
want
questions.
to depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah,
I get
okay,
it.
just so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate,
She
if
can just
something's not
refuse
loaded,
to
I'm just
answer.
direct with
Because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Just
actually,
talk about transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were
So
on
that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually,
You can say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your
Certainty
energy
is
here is
almost
going to be like
certainly
you're my dad and you can
unattainable.
tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or no,
you.
yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your.
you saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like where you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the,
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information
I agree.
but then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like,
Yeah.
well, I got the information,
she's
and I
she's
gave the information
it's
that I
fine
got
for
from
her
who I
to
got it to
report
the right
that if this
body
is,
of
you know,
people.
if in fact
That's what I
she
did.
Got it. I just
was
wanna
told
make sure.
that this
I'm
was
not
a
trying to
threat.
trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
and that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim, so we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your
Yes,
positions clear.
I have not said. Yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me?
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have
I
positive
will
evidence?
be taking
I'm
calls
answering the question
after
as I feel
this.
like I want to answer it. Like I said,
debate,
you don't get
by the
to
way.
for an hour and a half pepper
But the question I'm
questions and
asking is
tell me.
about positive
I'm
evidence.
telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. And if people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then, other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see
say there's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well,
I
like
don't
positive
need to, I
evidence
can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
material evidence and other evidences which would
what
point
we've
you
said
to it.
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay. So then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. If you're Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this
ahead
is
and
why
play it,
people think
though.
their involvement.
So she can
If they have the clip,
Yeah,
they
if they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also now
Involvement.
have-
I understand.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's
I said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're making
positive
a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay, so-
Nobody's disputing whether or not
Yeah, but
Candace
like
Owens is
you're-
allowed to
you're-
think. What
you're-
I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then?
positive
What is your issue with the statement?
evidence.
I think
Uh-huh.
that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's
think.
with full confidence.
Yes.
You would
I
think that if you had full
can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just going
confidence.
to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I
evidence.
actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to
that.
this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims
claims
made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind
You
you
said-
said I could ask you about any of these things
I
to
said
my heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed
structuring
to
how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
and to say, you are not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want.
Well,
Nobody's
I said
disputing that. I'm
It
asking-
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this
Mm-hmm.
why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think. And I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is
No, I
that
don't.
Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
It's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who is high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
So there's good reason
so
to
it's not a
doubt this.
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened
But I
to
can
me.
ask you, well,
This
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically coming in like you're gonna regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it if
I'm
I'm
not trying
allowed
to
to
regulate
say it.
anything.
She's
I'm asking
getting
very
defensive
You're
here.
pertinent
sounding a
questions.
bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say,
defensive
I
and
think.
like you just don't want to answer
Yes.
questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted me
You
to
just
say
kind of
it.
obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to
let's
actually
just go through
focus
every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is
yeah.
that you guys have prepared. So let's go.
But I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end-
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So if
higher
you
up
need to-
tell you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, "Here's what I heard from
and
somebody"?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was, "Hey, I've been
Emailed.
told
It's-
the email."
Yes.
Email was, "I've been told
I have
somebody is-"
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that it was a lot of information, but
Well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much
And
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, "We did." You know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
and if you do say that and
Mm-hmm.
they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes,
are? Okay. I mean, that's,
it seems reasonable, and so why he's asking me to defend that is
I'm not. Never
I
did.
think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't think
to
it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUS
Well, we
and
don't-
had a relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could
come
they if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this
Did
has got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's you saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at a
claim?
time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office, Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following.
Mm-hmm.
If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And I
they haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but when
Let me
you
government.
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let me
when you
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Mm-hmm.
Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel and French was involved. is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have sources?
Well, hang on. I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying what I think and collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's
okay,
why I said
so
Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that
prerogative.
isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR, I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually
PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so,
what does that
hypothetical,
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
They ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly, I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. This is
what $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want back.
Yeah, but what was
your team wants to play video? If you don't mind, there's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask.
And so right now their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because
those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
Andrew is correct.
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in debate.
Tell me,
so
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? This is why I did not engage in any Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. we're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand, how would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How
case.
is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like,
it,
don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
I'm sure. In the meeting with her?
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust in the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was, engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. Mm-hmm. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
Go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's listen, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and what,
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No,
is
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm not her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about the feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the headquarters.
Still think it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point USA.
Well, I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay, so at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly... It's
amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have the courage to have the conversation. If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any evidence of that claim?
It's not evidence. You're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like take a look. It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe, that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica. Have you ever been
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and you let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan, and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually no.
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Look,
you just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense. Why should we take the organization over?
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent, and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You
want
to protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
I think this is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way, I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization. Sure. And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not going to say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms.
Yeah.
But I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
let's feel like you got an answer to how it's complicit.
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. Okay. So if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
And causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything.
Accidentally?
It ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged that he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
Probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way, because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait, I didn't prepare the clips, but
yeah, I think
I didn't. But it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too. What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw. We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And that's
because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off the table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
We can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Yeah.
Well, why are you
Andrew
able to
has Andrew has identified flawed reasoning here.
Were. He's not even going to I guarantee you this guy's not even going to disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air, air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say, for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it.
Your
check
shirt,
if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air. It's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
The bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
it is beneath
the
his shirt. The
it
shirt
starts
puffs.
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic. I
think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or a conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter.
This is the expert opinion.
Technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He seems to be there to just support
about
Candace.
the explosive there.
So I'm saying he observed, he said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's, if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick. Very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you, people disagree with you. Your opinion's on a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah. I mean, I think, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for the last segment.
Cool.
All right. Thank you.
All right, folks, we got one more segment coming up. Very interesting stuff. Oh. Aharon says, They are not even doing as you do and look for factual, investigative, straight reporting in real time. But do real intellectually honest people think this is more than it appears? No, I mean it's a debate. I would consider it to be, somewhat of a low resolution debate and exchange on the topics. What makes it low resolution, a lot of this is because we're dealing with blatant epistemic errors from moving from hypothesis to believed theory about things when there's no good epistemic reasons to be doing that. So it's really hard to get out of the low resolution debate, philosophical, logical space, because there are just like fundamental basic logical issues being committed, including some motive attribution / mind reading, personal attacks, conspiratorial line drawing. And like I've said many times, Andrew Wilson has the easy task here in this debate. The evidence, I would say, is overwhelmingly on his side. And instead of Candace Owens just pointing to some things that haven't been well substantiated in the prosecutor's case against Robinson, she has created these conspiracy theories by way of conspiratorial line drawing, these correlations with very thin lines, stacking them up. This must lead to Israel. I have this whistleblower who I can't release, how the French are involved, like these kinds of things. This anomaly stacking is another way to look at it, where you notice these anomalies. But even if you stack all of these correlative anomalies up, that doesn't mean there's a causal link from them connecting to your belief or proposition that the FBI is involved or this Robinson person is in fact a patsy. Oh, this is a good time. My son's going to his nap. Give me 2 seconds.
We have a merch department designing the latest product. We just launched the FLB shoes made in Italy. We have a marketing department. And if you go to the complete opposite side of the building, 50, 60 people making calls, working for David Consulting, sales, setters. And then on the complete opposite side of the campus, there's a full-on production company with editors, shooters.
So my hope in doing this, because I knew this was going to be a very, very popular, widely distributed conversation, with the work I'm doing here, the live fact checking, but more importantly, the data report I release after, is going to show all of the dialectical issues in this, why it's low resolution philosophy on display. It's going to show the factual issues that are a big problem here, the level of conspiracy and propaganda in some of the reasoning, the lack of Bayesian reasoning that is updating one's beliefs as new evidence comes along, and how certainty posturing can get in the way of that. So in the final report, I will also include my lead-up report, which was very extensive, of how this debate came to be, all of the predictions that we have made about what was going to happen in this debate. Some of them have come true. There have been some new things, new pieces of evidence examined that did not come up in my system, so we'll be sure to incorporate all of that. Did Charlie Kirk's shirt move? I'm going to make sure I turn the audio back on. Most likely, yes, from the bullet. But that specific causal attribution has not been separately proven in court, which nothing has been proven in court at this point. Yeah, that was not a good citation by Candace Owens on her part and on her team's part. That expert. Yeah, I mean, I've killed a lot of people, and I don't recall, or I've never seen a shirt move like that. Like that kind of thing is just as low resolution as it gets for testimonial evidence. Like that was silly. Been a lot of silliness in this, and a lot of it is ringing true from the extensive report we did on Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson with regards to their epistemic habits, the kinds of places where they are very weak, the kinds of places they are a bit stronger. All of that is ringing true in this debate. And this is only the first full debate I've ever seen of either of them before. So I wanted to make sure we had a high resolution understanding of who they are based on the available body of evidence before we dove into this debate. And yeah, I think that information is ringing true. Anyone who's interested in jumping on a call after this debate, I will be taking some calls on Discord. Let me see. If you're not a Discord member, I'm giving you the link right now. Wow, they're still on break, eh? The question of why Charlie Kirk was killed by this particular person is more interesting than this type of debate. Yeah, I mean, the motive tends to be one of the more interesting things about cases like this. Will we ever, sometimes we never get a motive that seems to match the evidence available, but maybe we will. Yeah, motives for things like this can be, well, ultimately, I guess at the end of the day, I just wanted to be known for something, or they can be more politically driven. They didn't like his politics. It could be just, hate for right wingers, all of these kinds of things as potential motives. Sometimes you get exotic things where someone will commit a crime like this and then they'll say, well, ultimately I was convinced they were the devil. Who knows what we'll get? Will there be a trial, or after this preliminary, will a plea deal be struck in order to pull the death penalty off the table? Very interesting. I actually want to pull this back up. Let's see how much this is ringing true. Oh, that's that. I actually wanted this. This is the Candace Owens report. Often sincerity, reality seeking, but a preferred hidden cause narrative can govern which facts feel decisive. This couldn't be ringing more true in this discussion for Candace Owens. Evidential proportionality, largest weakness, anomaly volume, association, and suspicion frequently receive more certainty than the causal evidence warrants. This debate is a perfect example of where she fails epistemically, why she's sitting at a 4.3 in general as a thinker. Source fidelity often displays documents and notices discrepancies, however, repeatedly infers beyond what those sources entail. Uncertainty preservation. Lexical qualifiers are common, but unresolved items become unresolved items often acquire narrative certainty through accumulation. When I was talking about conspiratorial line drawing, when there's that accumulation of correlations, when she starts stacking that stuff up, that starts creating this narrative certainty in her mind, when really she should just still be identifying these as correlations, not causations. She hasn't yet drawn the causal link, but she's kind of believing that the causal link must be there somewhere. Yeah.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay.
Right, and then we can do final thoughts. I'm guessing. I feel like we got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me. The Twigs DNA clip. Yeah, and they're going to pull it up just to have you respond to it.
Well, you don't have to play it because, like, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like, he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like, explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples. And then they started speaking about the gun and said, you know, multiple prints were found on them. And then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, like, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twiggs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like, I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's to demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're
conceded.
going to make mistakes in the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah. So I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day.
No, that's incorrect. There's
it got
not 5+
very scientific when they were
prints.
speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well,
Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
by
sure.
bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro. And straight to jail is a Monopoly term.
Okay.
Like, you know.
So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's
You're going straight to
obviously
jail.
tongue in cheek, and then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned.
That was the clip
still believe
Andrew
that. I still hold the
chose?
perspective that Erica should
And
be
his team?
sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but why-
sat through.
why do they-
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just, you know, the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I
You
didn't
can.
say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever,
You
unless you
can,
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
you're just kind of filling the air
if your
with
entire
just
thing is
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense.
knowledge,
Because
this
Turning
is
Point's
to-
like, we want
to my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and
nobody-
you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The
Yeah,
thing
well,
is,
I
though,
would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time, I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I think will register to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
we did not take out of
wait, what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
gonna
off.
bring
We did
claims,
not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mm-hmm.
over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
that's not really what happened.
well. What didn't
yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange, that's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing, and I do think that you
There's-
fell. I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of the hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, hold on. We
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through-
And like 4
yeah.
out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your Turning Point's horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite
just-
a few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Were
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was 3.
3.
Three.
Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you were asked
Okay,
about them.
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I
claims.
point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move on.
That's a claim that and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed
clip
be
they want
the
to
whole
play
The
from
one more,
7 days
okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We
then
were
can
getting
go to
into the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago. Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we?
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you can't
or have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like,
Let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
I hope it takes like 10 minutes and they just sit here and engage in some lighthearted
We need the
banter.
Jeopardy
Your team
thing.
told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't hear
Twiggs
this. My
has
thing
his
went out. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
says. I'll
towel.
hear. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
right.
Twiggs'
Said this- repeated
DNA
this 4 times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they
as
feel like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just
but-
not
but, I mean,
following
it seems,
enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like,
All right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's...
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah,
put me
yeah.
in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can-
since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can
I
you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
He is
Or you
being
don't have
charged
to do it.
with
No, do it. I'll
aggravated
count 'em.
murder.
Go ahead.
Capital
You
felony.
don't have
Name
to
'em.
put your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death
So
sentence in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not.
That's
That
murder.
is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so
Next.
just for people,
It is
no, I
it
don't
is
have to
a
do it in a
murder
time
charge.
limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
Yeah. the more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
There's a brother and
You just
sister
got
it sounds
vibe
like you're
here.
just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering, and the
What's
final
the specific charges, though?
that is them: obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in
a-hole.
front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If
Sure.
you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7.
Violent
I said offense in the presence of
in
a
front
minor.
of a child?
Yeah.
That's what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering. When you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole
No,
time. we're here. You wanna
Andrew,
check my
don't
phone?
fall into the
I'm happy to do it,
conspiracy
because you're just going to
theory
get double
thing.
embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just
You can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at the, I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
he's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia. And that was a downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just.
So Tyler
I have-
Robinson is
my other
charged
question is
with
about
murder.
steakhouse receipt.
That is accurate as a general description.
said that you
Tyler
were gonna ask
Robinson
me
is
your
charged
question.
specifically
Yeah.
with aggravated murder.
I don't-
Yeah. Do you
is
have
more
the steakhouse
precise.
receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay, so you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay, so to be clear, there's no receipt. You
No,
don't-
I just did the opposite. I said there is a
Well,
receipt.
you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right, with blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I
is-
agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the
More
reason I'm
something that-
asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like, if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I
Robinson's.
just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be
chased it
added in
down.
an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But
Cool,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is-
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with being. I feel like
Okay.
I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right, fair enough.
information, what happened next. Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
Christopher. When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during
Yeah,
the
about his
preliminary
camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait a
state
second.
to a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
Well, there's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait,
conversation. You're following Congo
Yeah,
on
I
X.
literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
you Didn't, no, that's not
hairs.
splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him when this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man,
murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
timeline.
I just don't know what his
What's
issue
your
is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about what, roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You were constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
Sure,
cool.
you can keep whatever you
Great.
want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay, thank you. I think
No
we
hard
covered the
evidence
point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you if anything on your opinion, thoughts changed on the case, and then we'll finish it up from there. So with that being said, a 3.5 minute break, and then we'll come back for final thoughts.
All right, a little break here. Wow. Okay. This is going to be quite the beast of a report. So many logical errors. I have to say, I think Andrew Wilson's having quite a strong performance. Someone did say, Andrew should have never lied and said he knew all 7 charges. I don't think we can read that just from what's been said, the evidence here. But it does seem like he was not confident in delivering that information. I think that's a reasonable observation. So yeah, it's completely acceptable as a general description to say that Tyler Robinson is charged with murder. But it's more precise to say Tyler Robinson is charged specifically with aggravated murder. Of course, those legal distinctions do matter, but it's still generally acceptable to say that he is charged with murder. Aggravated murder is its own class of murder, and murder itself, in the singular sense, is a different class based on Utah law. But it's still generally acceptable to say murder. If anyone's interested in calling in relating to this debate, I'll take a couple calls on Discord, few calls. And yeah, once I take a few calls, or I'll take as many calls as we need to take. Jay Black says, Andrew, can you name them? Candace, aggravated murder. Andrew, that's murder. Yes, in a general sense, that is murder. In a more precise sense, we would distinguish in Utah law aggravated murder from murder singular. Comic Face says, if you are coming to argue that someone deserves the death penalty, I'm not sure Andrew argued that. Did Andrew say that Tyler Robinson deserves the death penalty? I don't think he made that claim. You should at least know one of the charges he's facing. I think Andrew knew that generally he is being charged with murder. More precise to say aggravated murder. Very interesting stuff. I wonder how many people are watching on Candace Owens' channel right now. Just in general. 16,000 on Andrew's channel, 212,000 watching on Candace's channel. Wow. 212,000 people watching on Candace Owens' channel. 64,000 here on Patrick Bet David's channel. Yeah, the phone thing, like Andrew makes a mistake and falling into the same conspiratorial thinking and reading into situations, unnecessarily, bad posture there. I would say a mistake. Yeah, this live event is happening right now on their channels as well. Over 200,000 live on Candace Owens' channel. That's wild. Wild. There's also the Steven Crowder. Steven Crowder's got 11,000 live. Comic Face says, what other platforms can I support you on? Well, becoming a member here is a fantastic way to support. But yeah, I think I'm going to have to activate my old Patreon account again because people keep asking that same question. So maybe I'll do that soon here. Thank you, by the way. I appreciate that. Oh, crap, we're back.
Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts, I'll come to you first.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing. For all of her claims of patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I asked her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it was just funning. It's just funning, you know? Or, yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down and ask some questions, but or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like, maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing. Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am, and never did. But what has been made very clear to me is that there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing. Or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that. But there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy. Nothing for any of her conspiracies. Nada, zero, zilch. And she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now. Whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated, it probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths, I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which was a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD Podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
All right, folks. There you have it. Wow. Very interesting. Well, I'm eventually going to get to work on the transcripts here. But I do want to take some callers. Hey, Haron, you there? Check. Maybe he's not there. You're sitting in the queue. Someone says, was it worth the watch, Pangburn? Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm trying to perform a service that I think is ultimately consistent with my moral quest of wanting to maximize well-being for myself and those around me, by showing what epistemic rigor looks like, what good, honest analysis looks like. And then eventually, once I release this report, hopefully people will find that useful as an educational tool. And yeah, that's ultimately what this is about. Hey, Heron, what's going on? Are you there? Check. I cannot hear you, sir. Taking calls. Not for a long time, but for a good time on Discord for anyone that's interested. I mean, just the major takeaways from this were, I agree with Andrew that the lack of substantiation. Oh, wait, go ahead. I can hear you now. Are you there? Check, check. No, his mic's not working for some reason. I'm going to put you down in the lineup area to sort that out. But yeah, these the epistemic issues we identified before, like Candace Owens moves much too quickly from hypothesis, something that should be treated as an interesting hypothesis or a hypothesis that might be worth investigating to see if there's any causal line to that hypothesis. But instead, that hypothesis turns into her pet working believed theory once she starts stacking more correlations onto that hypothesis. Well, the time eventually comes where you need to try and draw some causal lines to that hypothesis, and those causal lines just aren't drawn. This endeavor for Andrew Wilson is easy as pie. There was nothing difficult for him in this conversation. A very easy day in the office for Andrew Wilson. The most difficult thing is sitting in the conspiracy theorist chair in front of the world, being asked to demonstrate the causal lines to your conspiracy theories that are being stated to be believed with high degrees of certainty. Believing that these things are almost certainly the case, or it's almost certainly the case that Israel was involved, these kinds of things. Is your mic working? Nope. No mic from Air Heron. It's okay. Yeah, what did you guys think? Let me know in the comment section. Do you think it's valuable to... Let me just make sure you're not muted or anything on my end. Server mute, unmute. Roles. Do you have the roles? You have the roles. You've spoken before on here, so yeah, I don't know why your mic's not working. Yeah, I want to know what you guys thought about this. Do you think it's valuable to engage in detailed fact checking and releasing the data in order to use things like this as a teaching opportunity, really popular debates like this as a teaching opportunity? I see a lot of virtue in it from a well-being standpoint, and I'll try to encourage people as much as I can to circulate that information. Again, very easy day here for Andrew Wilson. It doesn't, it doesn't take, it takes philosophy 101 knowledge and mastery to be able to poke holes in the problems with Candace Owens' ideas here and beliefs. Not hard at all. Candace Owens, her epistemic fortitude framework is on life support, completely on life support. In the report we ran, I just want to make sure you guys can see this. I'm actually going to make it bigger on the screen. I just want to show you guys where the problem is. So let's blow this up here so you guys can see. So this is the pre-debate Candace Owens general assessment. So correspondence criteria of truth in philosophy is the criteria of truth that deals with objects and whether things are objectively demonstrated to be the case. Mostly everyone claims to value that. Whether people are able to embody that, follow that standard is a different question. Whether they're able to apply that standard in a debate, very different question. By the way, everyone, I am going to be taking calls on Discord. So jump into Discord, and I want to hear your guys' comments in the comment section. I will be reading your comments and responding to them. Yeah, Hiron, we're gonna have to stop trying just because I'm getting like mic feedback and stuff from you. But the lines are open. But I just want to go through this. So, correspondence criteria of truth. Everyone who wants to move towards high resolution thinking, Hiron, I'm gonna have to get you to stop joining just because I'm getting scratching and stuff from you. Thanks. Everyone who wants to move towards having a high resolution relationship, not only in your ability to use good sound epistemology or understand it, but be able to articulate your standards. You want to study criteria of truth, and you should be making, if you're an empiricist, if you use science as a way of knowing, you should be using correspondence criteria of truth primarily. It should be made primary in your epistemic framework, in your framework that relates to how you form knowledge. So Candace Owens, sitting at a 5.3 out of 10 with regards to correspondence criteria of truth. So many of her issues are born of this lack of mastery. And it takes a good, solid foundation and understanding of logic in order to master correspondence criteria of truth. I think she has some fundamental misunderstandings of how classical logic must function in order to be called sound. So the findings we found in our report, let me make this a little larger because my eyesight, I think, is leaving me. There. So here's our finding with regards to Candace Owens as a thinker. Often sincerely reality seeking. So she has this sincerity with regards to wanting to really get a clear picture of what is going on in reality, but a preferred hidden cause narrative. A preferred hidden cause narrative can govern which facts feel decisive. That's a problem. That hidden cause narrative. That is a bug within your epistemic system. That is not a feature. That bug needs to be squashed. Leaning into hidden cause narrative. That isn't to say that there aren't ever any hidden causes, but leaning into that or having that govern which facts feel decisive is an epistemic failure. That's what leads to a lot of the conspiratorial line drawing you see in Candace Owens. Let's look at her fallibilism score overall. A 5.7 out of 10. Her fallibilism is on life support. The Pangburn fallibilism maxim is that certainty is almost certainly unattainable. Just by way of classical logic, we seemingly cannot demonstrate anything to be absolutely incontrovertibly certain. So that should mean that it would be irrational to have certainty or even mention certainty with regards to our epistemics. So then we start talking about our epistemic commitments with regards to confidence levels, things like that. So certainty is almost certainly unattainable. Make no claims of absolute certainty, 100% certain. These should never be standards in the first place because of what I just pointed out with regards to classical logic. So what do we find with regards to Candace Owens' general relationship with fallibilism? There is evidence of visible changes of view, apologies, sometimes for getting things wrong, and statements like, I don't know. That behavior coexists with persistent categorical assertions. Persistent categorical assertions. Like assertions like, I am highly confident, or it's almost certainly the case, that Israel is involved. That would be a persistent categorical assertion she is making with regards to this issue. What about evidential proportionality? Yikes, a 4.3 out of 10. Again, not even on life support. Basically, your family has said no more life support. Let's just let the evidential proportionality live out its days and die. 4.3 out of 10 is an egregious score. This is her largest weakness. Anomaly volume. When she's stacking all of these anomalies she's noticing, all in a way that she thinks is adding to her pet theory that has no causal lines to it, just more anomalies stacking up. So the volume of anomalies is weighing heavy on her epistemic heart. Association and suspicion frequently receive more certainty than the causal evidence warrants. One more time. Association and suspicion frequently receive more certainty than the causal evidence warrants. So where are the causal lines? That doesn't seem to matter as much as association and suspicion. That's a big problem. That is very common in conspiratorial thinking. If anyone wants to call in, I am on Discord. The link is right here. And talk about your thoughts about the debate we just witnessed. I'm also going to keep going through this information. Symmetry of standards is an issue, only a 5.9 out of 10. Strong willingness to criticize former allies and host opponents. That's a good posture with regards to symmetry of standards. Institutional outgroup claims often face different priors and charity burdens. So there's a lack of symmetry in how the epistemic standards she is governing, how that is being applied. There seems to be a certain standard being applied over here and not the same standard being applied over here, depending on the institutional or outgroup relationship to her. Source fidelity. Often displays documents and notices discrepancies. Yes. Repeatedly infers beyond what those sources entail. This inferential habit of going far beyond what would be considered reasonable inference or a reasonable level of confidence based on what her own documents or discrepancies are showing. The inference born out of those documents and discrepancies goes much too far. It just doesn't logically follow that if you point out that the ballistics, the bullet taken from Charlie Kirk's body, they aren't able to conclusively match it to that particular rifle. That doesn't mean, it doesn't follow that that did not come from that rifle. And it does not follow that because of all that, that makes her pet conspiracy theory more likely. That does not follow. What are some other issues? Uncertainty preservation. This one's a bad one. So there are lexical qualifiers that are common from her, but unresolved items often acquire narrative certainty through accumulation. So you're accumulating all of these unresolved items. Well, this is unresolved. There's holes in this. They don't have an answer for this, that, and the other. And then this is adding to her own pet conspiracy theory more narrative certainty, which it shouldn't, because that just doesn't logically follow. So a lot of issues. Let me pull up Andrew Wilson's report and let's see how he did based on our general report of Andrew Wilson as a thinker. and a debater. I think this was an easy debate for Andrew Wilson. He had the easy task. Anyone with a basic understanding and application of knowledge could have handled this debate. It's just this deep conspiracy theory with no demonstrated causal lines. So, I mean, that's philosophy 101 stuff. That's logic 101 stuff. Let's see, Andrew Wilson's, I think this is it. Yes, this is. So let's go down to his epistemic score. So yeah, Andrew Wilson has higher epistemic scores. Not as high as you want to see them. Competency would be at around a 7. We see some areas where there is epistemic competency here, like the fallibilism in general that Andrew Wilson harnesses. Let me zoom in here. There we go. Yeah, the fallibilism for Andrew Wilson above 7 is good. We see visible correction initiatives, self-limitation, live revision, and uncertainty language remains quite robust in the general way he approaches debates. This is a very large corpus of work that these reports are born out of. People will have access to all of this stuff at peng-burn.com/analysis. Some of it is already up there, not all of it. Correspondence criteria is still under what we would consider to be adequate at a 7. We're at a 6.5. So reality indexed and often forensic, the expanded corpus adds several broad empirical claims whose confidence exceeds demonstrated grounding. So we would look into the corpus to look at exactly what those issues are. Some of them are empirical claims like, psychology is not a science. Psychology is demonstrably a science. You might have some quibblings with some aspects of reproducibility and things like that within psychology. But that does not mean it's not a science. I mean, contemporary psychology includes neuroscience, cognitive science, all of these fields that are very robust. So some mistakes like that. Evidential proportionality is low, so excellent in select forensic contexts. Repeated category level overstatement, denominator compression, and speculative leaps. I think in this particular performance today, Andrew Wilson was adequate. So if we were looking just at this performance, I would say he's sitting at a 7 for this. But in general, he's sitting at a 5.6, which is far below where you want to be. Symmetry of standards. This is a big one for Andrew. Is he applying his standards symmetrically, or does it matter who the audience is or the specific debate opponent is? Cross-tribal exposure is general. He has debates, across his tribe. Explicit outgroup animus and politically congruent speculation constrain the symmetry. Often this can come from his stated attitudes towards like hating the left, right? These kinds of things can cause an asymmetry in how the epistemic standards are applied. Source fidelity, he's sitting at a 5.5 out of 10. So concrete record work can be strong. New electoral, national IQ, food security, and social science examples show source scope drift. So how often is Andrew Wilson willing to lean onto sources? And are there particular pet issues that the sources are not mentioned? So how common is the source fidelity? Let's look at, and you know, and in defense of Andrew Wilson, his atomism is very high. I would say it's the strongest aspect of his epistemic standards. Signature strength remains unchanged. Definitions, premise isolation, mirrored cases, and internal critique. So again, signature strength remains unchanged. Definitions, premise isolation, mirrored cases, and internal critique, I think, is his strongest epistemic zone. And I think he practiced that very well and put together a strong performance today. But again, this was philosophy 101 stuff today in this debate. You know, a student who's gone through the logic portion of their philosophy 101 studies would have been able to see the issues with Candace Owens' beliefs and propositions that are born of conspiratorial line drawing. And then the rest are quite competent. So with regards to epistemics. So yeah, what did you guys think? Who won the debate? Someone said Cope. Andrew was terrible. No, I don't think Andrew put together a terrible performance there. I think he made some mistakes, you know, thinking, you know, alluding that the cell phone might be someone helping her out. Like, you don't need to go there. That's stupid, low resolution stuff. You should think that that kind of inference or that kind of just pointing out a phenomenon like that just shouldn't seem reasonable. Dig the Voice says his right hand to right ear to soothe himself while telling lies is a huge tell. The shaking foot for 2 hours. It's hilarious. Andrew should stay away from poker. Yeah, this is motive attribution. Like you're trying to do like the behavior analysis work that is already like very difficult to make judgments from. Generally, it's not a good way to be specific, epistemically specific about what someone's feeling. There could be all kinds of reasons. Andrew might struggle with an generalized anxiety disorder, and some of that soothing has to do with that. So behavioral analysis like that is very low resolution. And you said while telling lies. What lies specifically? Let's get higher resolution here. Your comment so far is low resolution. The shaking foot for 2 hours. It wasn't shaking for 2 hours. I noticed he was shaking his foot. I do that as well. Doesn't mean I'm lying. Yeah, it seems like you are engaging in this motive attribution, mind reading, the kind of thing you should not think is good sound thinking, good sound reasoning, good sound epistemic standards. James says, you've had to do a lot of computer work, Travis. Maybe eye drops might help. Yeah, I might have to look at eye drops. Someone said Andrew was speaking on an elementary level because he knows who her audience is. Well, I mean, I'll look at that when we do the actual comparative analysis. How different was Andrew's performance compared to the massive corpus of information that we have here? But yeah, very interesting. So let's take a look of what we predicted. We predicted that Wilson's likely argument texture would be convergence beats isolated anomaly. Yes, that came up a lot. Expect Wilson to argue that Owens repeatedly evaluates one piece at a time, a blurry roof image, an inconclusive bullet fragment, another person's DNA, an odd gate, while ignoring the joint probability of the whole record. His likely refrain will be that no single item needs to, quote, prove the case if surveillance, rifle recovery, DNA, alleged admissions, family recognition, and surrender corroborate one another. The alleged admissions contain specific corroborating details. The charging information says the roommate received a note and messages in which Robinson allegedly claimed responsibility, discussed a rifle left at a drop point, referred to his grandfather's rifle, and mentioned engraved ammunition. Wilson will likely argue that details later corresponding to the recovered rifle and ammunition are harder to dismiss as generic post-event chatter. They got a little bit into that, a little bit. The alleged Discord admission is a separate digital channel. They talked a bit about the Discord admission. DNA is not a television match, but it is still powerful. Wilson should be strongest if he states the forensic evidence conservatively. Witnesses testified that the relevant DNA profiles are vastly more likely under models including Robinson than under unknown person alternatives, with some samples mixed. That is powerful inclusion evidence, but it does not by itself establish when or why DNA was deposited. You know what I'm going to do right now so I can get this moving? I really want to rip this transcript from this video because it's going to take a while for the transcript to be available. I want to get a jump on that. Let's see if Descript is going to be able to read this transcript for me. We're gonna get a transcript so we can put together our report. Oh yeah. Turbo Scribe. Ooh, what about this? Surely it won't allow me to download this yet. Probably not. From my 4K video downloader. Or will it? Oh, it will. 4.1 gigs. That'll take about 4 minutes. And then I can take the audio from that and dump it into Turbo Scribe. Tasty. Tasty, tasty, tasty. And then I can have the full transcript. Fantastic. Sweet. We're going to get a good jump on this, folks. Nice, nice, nice. If anyone is interested in sharing their comments live on the air, you can join me on Discord. By the way, if anyone's looking for an opportunity to debate Destiny and not so erudite Kyla Turner, Please come join us in Vancouver, Canada on September 18th. Everyone who wants to get up there and debate, so long as it fits within our time frame at the event, is going to have a chance to debate them, or even debate me. I'll be there. We'll be chilling. The next day, Destiny will be debating none other than Ezra Levant, who is the CEO of Rebel News, which is the right-wing conservative news outlet in Canada. Sweet. I'm going to be able to get this transcript together in like 20 or so minutes. And then I'll be able to work away at this. Very good, very good, very good. And I wonder if we'll get any more information on with regards to the money structure. I think as it stands now, Candace just received a $300,000 payday. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my. There are people that think that I'm looking at Dave Smith's. There are people that think Candace Owens won. Yikes. Yeah, this thing about Andrew Wilson and the Army. I've been trying to get an answer to this online because without explanation, it does seem like in some cases Andrew might be engaged in stolen valor. I'm not saying he is necessarily, but I put together a video on that. Okay, now Stephen Crowder's poll is at 66% Andrew Wilson. Someone is saying it is very clear at this point from the Unfuck America tour, it is very clear at this point of the debate that Candace Owens is winning the debate. She went above and beyond everyone's expectations, a stunning end to Andrew's irrelevant career. Ooh, that's an embarrassing comment from Unfuck America tour. I should actually be going through my now I'm curious. I'm going to share this with you guys. Let's open up my X. No, I want this one. I want it to be my X account. There we go. Am I seeing two windows here? Oh, I can get rid of this one now. Yes. Let's just open this thing up. Let's open up X. While I get this transcript together, we can see what people are saying. Maybe I'll have some things to say in return. What happened to my head? There we go. So we'll take a look there. I just want to make sure I don't forget about the, oh, well, this is ready. Sweet. I'm going to put that to downloads. I'm going to upload this. I'm going to transcribe this, get the transcript. That's going to take a bit. Oh, maybe not. English. I want whale most accurate. Recognize speakers. There were 3 total speakers. Ooh. Yeah, it's just doing it direct from the video, I guess. So might be way faster for me to do this, though. This is what I've done in the past. Instead of taking the transcript directly from the video, I dump it into Wondershare Filmora. Sorry, I'm talking out loud while I'm doing this, but you know, just deal with it, brah. Just deal with it, bray. Yeah, what a silly thing to say that Candace Owens won that debate. I am not a big fan of either of these people. I did a thorough analysis on both of them one day after another so I could get a more high resolution picture of them. You know, I don't like many of Andrew Wilson's positions. You know, this position that he doesn't see a good reason why women should be able to vote. Wants to stop homosexual people from being able to be married. A lot of these positions that are just anti-human well-being positions. But, I mean, Candace is full of crap on this issue. This is conspiratorial line drawing, very low resolution epistemic standards being applied. And again, like I said, it's not that it took a genius to dismantle Candace Owens' issues here. A philosophy 101 student could have done it. So it's not saying that Andrew Wilson pulled off anything brilliant or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, at the end of this, people's conclusion should be, oh yeah, Candace Owens hasn't made any causal demonstrations with regards to this conspiracy theory. She has rightfully poked some holes in places where the prosecution in the preliminary, has some problematic evidence, has some problematic arguments, but that doesn't make her conspiracy theories more viable or trustworthy or epistemically sound. Well, I think I will just do it by the video because, yeah, I think that's fine. It's cool. That won't take very long. Okay, let's look on X. What are people saying? Not so erudite. Oh boy, this tweet isn't aging well. Before the Turning Point USA check, I guess. Wait, is she believing this theory that he's being paid by Turning Point USA? What good reason to do we have to believe that Andrew Wilson's being paid by TPUSA? Making sure there isn't particular evidence that I'm not aware of. Dave Smith says, who won? I think Andrew Wilson clearly won. His poll is sitting at 71% Candace Owens. Wow, I wonder if people are really getting sucked into this conspiratorial line drawing way of thinking. Someone said Candace Owens isn't going to debate Andrew Wilson. She will continue with her stipulations and demands until it's simply impossible to move forward. Why do people say stuff like this? And they look like Dr. Evil in their profile pic. No, I'm just kidding. I shouldn't say that. Brian Shapiro, pushing the limits with Brian Shapiro, says Andrew Wilson paid $300,000 to get effing destroyed. He couldn't even name one charge, and then accused Candace Owens of getting help during the debate. So yeah, I mean, the one charge thing, he did name a charge that is generally correct. It's generally correct that he's being charged with murder, but specifically he's being charged with aggravated murder. But it did seem like Andrew was not very confident when Candace Owens, and maybe this was her strongest moment of the debate, when she put the pressure on and said to name one of the 7 charges. I believe it's 7. There is good evidence that TPUSA has paid Andrew Wilson for work in the past. There's not currently good evidence that TPUSA is paying him specifically to debate Candace Owens to defend TPUSA in the Charlie Kirk controversy. There's a real acknowledged financial relationship. TPUSA previously hired and paid Andrew Wilson to train its debaters. That creates a legitimate disclosure/bias consideration, but there is presently no evidence that TPUSA is funding this particular debate, paying Andrew to oppose Candace or directing his arguments. Yeah, so anyone who's believing this, like, I want to know what you feel is your good justification for believing that they are paying him to do this. Sounds like another conspiracy theory to me. The Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson debate is a bloodbath. No, it's not a bloodbath. That's not what I watched. I didn't watch a bloodbath. Candace has owned him on every relevant fact. What the hell? The patriotic blonde? What were you watching? He should have known better than to take her on. How embarrassing. Wow, it looks like there's going to be a lot. Now, this is just a prediction. This is a prediction of the future, something that hasn't happened yet. But I feel as though my feelings are that there's going to be a lot of misinformation to be investigated and exposed, born out of this conversation. And it seems like some people who are otherwise decent thinkers may be falling for some of this conspiratorial line drawing. Jake Shield says, imagine paying $300,000 to be embarrassed on national TV. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. How's my transcript going? Whoa, whoa. Oh, wait, what do I have to do? Oh, no, now I have to transcribe. 3 speakers. Perfect. Transcribe. How long is this going to take? Four hours? No, I'm going to do my other thing. I'm just going to export the audio from this. Going to go boom. Boom. Keep the same. Export the audio. Wait. There we go. I only need MP3 for this. It's just reading the words. MP3. Go. This should actually be not too long. Okay, good. You guys still hanging in there? Yo. Epistemic? Someone says, I'm sorry, but she destroyed Andrew. I had high hopes for him, but there are levels to this. Like when people are saying destroyed, help me understand in the comment section. In what way did she destroy him? Like, be specific. Be specific. On what points? Where do you think Candace Owens has a leg to stand on with regards to these conspiracy theories? I'm very curious to understand your minds. I promise I will read through your comments. And keep in mind that whether or not you like somebody or think they're an idiot or an asshole or anything like that should bear no weight on your epistemic analysis of this conversation. I hope that's clear. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of ad hom attacks, like people saying, I can't believe he paid for that beatdown, or Andrew can't even open a jar of pickles, much less debate Candace. Let's get specific. There is wisdom in specificity, epistemic wisdom in specificity. So let's get specific. What are some other people saying? Owen Benjamin says, I've literally never seen anyone lose that bad in a debate. My father has his PhD in rhetoric. Yeah, so I was raised with debates like some kids are raised with NFL. I've never even conceived of someone being gutted and exposed like that. That was absolutely biblical. Notice how there's no specificity in this comment. Appeals to one's authority. Just trust me, bro. My father has his PhD in rhetoric. A PhD in rhetoric doesn't tell you fuck all about the logical soundness of the argumentation on display. Like, you got to be specific, or else you're just spewing shit. or else it's just like like a religious belief without any solid logical foundation. Let's grab this transcript, because what you're going to be faced with is when I publish my rigorous epistemic and ethical report, you're going to be tasked with pointing at where the report is wrong when it shows you that overwhelmingly Andrew Wilson was on the right side of logic in this conversation. You're going to be sitting there with your pants down and being like, I just don't believe this. Are you going to be able to refute it? Because if you can, my documents are all living documents. I will update those documents. I will update them. Let's see if anyone said anything specific in the chat. Andrew, someone says Andrew talked like you guys. Who are these commenters? Come on. Give me something of substance. Show me where Andrew's objections to Candace Owens' positions, why they fall apart. Give me the argument, okay? Don't just say Andrew talked like he knows more than a Navy SEAL. Yikes. Oh, I got to upload my transcript now. Boom, boom, boom. It's already at 20%, but I'll do it this way as well. I just want to get that thing fast. Actually, I think I'll just wait for this 20% one. Ian Carroll says, Andrew Wilson's finest moment will be remembered as the time that a woman made him look like a retard 7 times over in front of millions of people. Yeah, I don't like that. That was gross by Andrew Wilson. This like, because all women are retards. I hate to say it, but that behavior is retarded. I mean, if anything's retarded, that behavior is retarded. I'm not calling him retarded, because I don't think it's good to target people and call them retarded, like he called Erica Kirk retarded, apparently. That's just low resolution, McDonald's dumpster diving, ethical behavior. And he shouldn't do that. It doesn't add anything to his cause. This is, by the way, when I look at Andrew Wilson's overall assessment as a thinker from an ethics and epistemic perspective, he claims to know that he's not living true to his own stated ethical standards as a Christian. So he understands that he is living irrationally to his purposes, but he's not correcting this kind of behavior. He's continuing with it. Grow up, become a better man, and stop engaging like a child when it comes to this stuff. All women are retarded. You got to grow up out of that. There's nothing consistent about, and I'm not a Christian, but you claim to be, there's nothing consistent about living by way of Jesus's example with that kind of crap. He would be such a better man if he stopped doing that by a moral well-being standard and by his own standard that he already admits he's not living up to. Harry says, "You're a Muppet, son. Your viewers are Muppets. Those who believe you are the same. You're all on the wrong side of history. If you have kids, they will know this." What? What are you talking about? Those are just like targeting the person and not the arguments at play. Anyone can say that. Hey, you crow. Yeah, you flying around out there. They're all going to know this stuff about you. And the FBI is involved in this. And it's like, give your actual arguments, substantiate your claims. It'll be interesting to see, you know what I'm going to be really looking at? People who are in the science as a way of knowing community. Like, I use science as a way of knowing, born of my adherence to making correspondence criteria of truth primary in my epistemic framework. That leads to things like empiricism, science as a way of knowing. I'm going to keep an eye on what those people from that community, the science positive people, have to say about this, because I know a lot of them hate Andrew Wilson's guts, but I also know a lot of them aren't too fond of Candace Owens. But I'm interested to see how much they deal with the actual argumentation, the logic of the conversation, as opposed to just flinging monkey feces at someone they don't like. Yeah, I think the most revealing moment against Andrew Wilson in the debate was maybe that moment when he couldn't list the seven charges against Robinson. Normally, with someone like Andrew, he's usually pretty confident to give the information that he knows. He did seem a bit dodgy there. So it's better if, in fact, he didn't know. It's just say, I don't know. But he should know. I agree with the Candace Owens perspective. Like, he should know going into a conversation like this. But saying that Tyler Robinson is on trial for murder is generally true. It's generally true by Utah law standards. What would be more academically and legally precise is to say he's being charged with aggravated murder. It is a different classification of murder, and it is separate from murder in and of itself as a classification. So this is going to raise some interesting battles, interesting wars of idea between people. Who are the people that are actually focusing on the logical argumentation, the philosophical underpinnings of what's being argued, the ethics and epistemics? Or are people going to use the particular moments where their enemy was bad and act like that exemplifies the entire discussion? So, in a sense, cherry picking. And someone like Pushing the Limits with Brian Shapiro is saying he was paid to defend Erica Kirk and Turning Point. Where is the evidence of this? I keep seeing people post this around with, as though they have this knowledge. Where's the justification for this knowledge? I would like to know. Just put two and two together, man. There's like all these correlations, and how could it not be? That's the same thing Candace Owens is doing in the frickin' video. So I don't see any public information to lead people to believe that Andrew Wilson is actually being paid. That isn't to say that he's not, but I'm saying people who believe that right now are almost certainly not justified to believe that. Candace Owens says, just like that, Turning Point USA claims their horse like we didn't already know. So she's spreading this conspiracy theory as well. Oh, let's see what Patrick Bet David podcast says. Who won? Andrew won. Candace is at 52%. We're doomed, folks. We're doomed. No, it just means we have a lot of work to do. Someone says Andrew's incel energy. Yeah, I sometimes get that incel energy from him, like the woman hating stuff, some of that red pill manosphere stuff. Yeah, I can see that. Let's see. Sneeko says Candace won. Man, there is a war of ideas happening here. Holy smokers. Z. Cohen Sanchez says, I didn't expect things to end like this, depicting Andrew Wilson in a coffin. Well, I'm going to see how all these people deal with how they deal with the epistemic evidence that will be laid out in the report. Let's see. We're at 60% to having our hands on this transcript. Aswin Gold calls Candace Owens and her fans retarded. Should we take a look at what Destiny's been saying? We could do that live. Destiny. I can't spell.
Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said
Oh,
if your
he's still
strategy
going
was to
through
dice
it.
up clips and take it out of context and make
No
it seem like I
strategy,
said
you
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond
doctor
to
in
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe
Erica is just complicit in believing
and when
it.
I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they from
This, if she believes, how would that make her complicit?
complicit. Again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie
Complicit
Kirk.
in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us,
This is going to expose a lot of holes in people's ability to think critically about this kind of information. I hate to say it, but that's another prediction I have here. This is wild. Make sure you guys hit that subscribe button and the like button. This is wild. Who else has hot takes? Patrick Bet David with the photo. The people won today. He's running for office. Whatever side you're on, respect to Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson for stepping into the arena and having the debate. It's not easy. Yeah, I agree with that. Agree or disagree with either of them. Give credit to both for showing up and putting their ideas on the line. Yeah, good statement. Very presidential. I agree. How tall is Patrick Bet David? David! My voice is dying. He's 6'2" to 6'4", so he's about as I'm 6'3" when I'm standing up straight, so he's about as tall as me. Andrew and Candace are very short. Oh, Candace Owens says something. Been saying a lot lately on the show that I am finally able to smile more when I reflect on Charlie. The anger and grief has transformed into something else, like he's with us somehow. Charlie was the one who aggressively trained me how to debate with flashcards on the topic of BLM day in and day out. Stay calm, know the subject inside and out, stay away from personal attacks. I can almost hear him. Unfortunately, she engaged in targeting the person and not the argument quite a few times today. I'm going to start responding to people with the actual data once I have it. Let's see what Rachel Wilson, the wife. Now, I haven't done a deep dive into Rachel Wilson. I don't know much of anything about her debate performances, all this stuff. But she did call me retarded a few days ago. It seems like a lot of people in this space throw around that concept a lot. Very interesting. I wonder what that means. I can't even remember what it was for. Oh, I remember. I shared a insane modern day debate clip where I was like, this is not even like McDonald's dumpster diving intellectual content. It's like there's like an old toilet behind the McDonald's dumpster that has like that water that is pooled, and you're like sticking a straw in there and drinking from it. That's what that debate clip looked like to me. And I was just like, I was like, this is embarrassing. And I said some things. I think I called out modern day debate, and then she said, "This is just a clip, retard," or something like that. And I was like, you have not met my minimum requirements for fruitful dialectic. Okay. Who's tagging me? All right, what else we got? Let's see. Oh. Nick Fuentes says, that debate was basically unwatchable. But what is truly striking is how Charlie Kirk has become a background character in the endless soap opera about his own murder. The story now revolves around the raging narcissist Candace Owens and the mass psychosis she has induced. Interesting. It's going to be really interesting to see how many people actually are forming their opinions by way of demonstrating how they're talking about this debate on actually the claims that were made, the things that were said. Yes, the rhetoric as well. But so far, I am seeing a lot of monkey poo flinging. Candace is a R-tard, and anyone who takes her seriously is R-tarded. Her role in contributing to the collective misdirection away from the existential threat of terrorist leftists should not be forgotten. A malignant and destructive force worse than worthless. Her role in contributing to the collective misdirection. Oh, now Zach, or this is Asmongold. Now Asmongold has his own conspiracy theory. Ugh. So you're criticizing her for, you know, engaging in this misdirection when you're directing people to a terrorist leftist conspiracy theory. Interesting. I'm really excited to share the data with a lot of these people who are espousing their opinions right now. Oh yeah, this video, by the way, this is a video I made relating to Andrew is stealing valor. There was a bunch of video clips going around him talking about military service, and then that were contradictory. I, for one, take valor stealing very serious. I'm not saying Andrew Wilson is stealing valor, but yeah, something to look into. It sounded like Candace Owens was trying to like tease into that a little bit in this conversation. I was hoping maybe she could bring some light to that. Okay, let's see where my transcript is at. Do I have it yet? I have it. Okay, so speaker 1 in this transcript, I have it separated by speaker. Speaker 1 will be Andrew. Speaker 2 will be Patrick Bet David. And speaker wait a second. Oh, I see. Well, I'm going to download this PDF. I'm going to tell it to ignore speaker attribution. Okay. Whoops. Checking this one. Connection interrupted. Fantastic. Someone said, go look. Patrick Bet David was spread eagle at the start of the debate. Explain that. I can explain that. I know what that means. I know enough about human behavior to understand. Send me a screenshot or it doesn't exist. Oh man, that's funny. There's a bunch of these 1-minute clips being released right now.
Foot. And here's my prediction. It'll look for the first 30 minutes like I'm on the back foot as I draw the position out, and then I'm going to absolutely eviscerate this chick. That's what's going to happen.
Do you think she's going to be able to support her positions?
No chance. I don't even think she's going to try.
All right.
I literally don't even think she's going to try.
That was prediction of Andrews. I don't think she is going to try to defend her positions. Interesting. Wow. The war of ideas carries on. He was cooter maxing. Evil. Make sure you smash that like button when you get into the room. We are going through today's big battle, war of ideas that just occurred.
All of them. Which one of the...
Someone says Candace Owens puts the final nail in the coffin at the end of her debate with Andrew Wilson.
Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges.
Yep. It's reasonable to infer that Andrew Wilson did not feel confident about what he knew about those charges, the actual charges. Yes. That's going to be pointed at as his weakest point of the debate, perhaps a demonstration of his dishonesty. What do you guys think?
That he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I want to make sure that we have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that
So what should not be inferred what should not be taken away from this is that this expose on this particular issue of potentially, Andrew not being prepared in knowing the 7 charges, that does not make Candace Owens' position more credible. And it also does not discount the other logical objections Andrew had to her conspiratorial positions. But I can see how a lot of people are going to be like, this was the final nail in the coffin. But that doesn't deal with the fact that Candace Owens has failed to draw causal lines to her stack of what she believes to be reasonable sound correlations. Big difference. Big difference.
you should, like, right. Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the counter. You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair.
He does look a bit hot under the collar on this one. He should have saw this coming. He should have known. I mean, you're debating the preliminary hearing and the potential crime here. You should know the 7.
Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
She didn't take the bait. She's like, okay, sure, but you name one first.
Name one.
Right?
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all.
It's not incorrect that he's been charged with murder. Okay. Generally, from a Utah law perspective, he has been charged with murder. Okay. He has been charged with murder. Generally, that is the case. But to be more specific and precise, he has been charged with a specific type of murder, aggravated murder. Okay. But it's not flat out wrong the way Candace Owens represents the answer. But it's interesting that Andrew Wilson, someone who tends to state things quite confidently, that he says, I think he has been charged with murder.
Names all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
I think this one put the sweat on. It's better to be, if it is the case, and it does seem to be the case that Andrew was not prepared to give clear answers here, just say, I don't know the specific charges. And then if she says, oh, well, because you don't know the specific charges, that means you're not taking this seriously. That doesn't necessarily follow. You can say that, well, I think that means then you're inadequately prepared to have this conversation about this trial. Fair enough. That's a fair critique. He should be more prepared. But there is something dishonest about this, seemingly dishonest about this. And it could be Andrew Wilson didn't want to state something incorrectly, or he got caught with his pants down, or, you know, he realized maybe he just should have said, damn it, I don't know. But this is why, like, as dialectical principles, good faith and helpfulness as minimum requirements are going to cure you of all this. Good faith means honesty and sincerity of intention. So just if something comes up like that in a debate, just be honest. And if you're not quite sure, frame it that way. Just be like, I don't want to make mistakes on this. I know he's being charged with murder, things like that. Much better, more honest epistemic posture.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And I
can you
I
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
name
have to
them.
put your fingers up. I
okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, no, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined.
That doesn't follow that just because he doesn't know this, he doesn't care about it at all. And even if he lied there, it doesn't follow that he doesn't care about this at all. You shouldn't lie if he did in fact lie. But it does not follow that he doesn't care about it at all. That's not true. There are so many people around the world that care about this trial a lot. And if you corner them and said, name all 7 charges, you know, they still care, but they might not be able to do that, right? But for someone who's coming into a debate like this, I mean, me personally, if I was sitting down and debating Candace Owens, I would have had, you know, those basic things surrounding the case nailed. Now, are they relevant to the completely unsubstantiated conspiracy theory that Candace Owens is espousing and her conspiratorial conclusions that have no causal lines to them that at least she has demonstrated in this debate? No, it doesn't make her positions any more strong. Yeah, that's not the case. Let me just take a look at my, I don't know why this is all here. Maybe I should use this other window. Yeah. Close this one. What we are going to do. Ooh, can I remove the speaker attribution? Edit transcript. Damn. That's okay. Wilson Candace Owens. We have the data, folks, and Patrick Bet David is moderator. Hassan and Finkelstein level version 2 data report. That includes do I need to provide anything else as a sample? No, I don't think so. I think we should be good. Okay, great. We're getting that report together. Are we hanging in there, folks? I'm going to be unveiling the actual data report. I'm going to leave you guys a video to watch. We'll see if we can find a video. All right, let's take a look at this clip.
I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no, but as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. Mm-hmm. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question you.
This is a meta conversation.
Right, but okay, so now we're transcending. Like, let's use a word to use a word that you're saying. But this is what you're doing, right? Okay. So this part to me feels like a bit of
am I allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions, but I made it very clear to you via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This isn't like you get to sit.
I want to ask you
if you want to depose me, you should join Brigitte Macron's defense team. But you're like, I'm just going to ask questions. Can you answer it? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And I'm going to answer as I see fit because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah. Okay.
I get it.
Just so we're clear.
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with the question.
Because you kept saying I'm Joe Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence. Let's talk about transcendentals.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway. I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just
So, I mean, if I'm in Candace Owens' seats, I'm like, okay, fair, fine. What are the questions?
Going to ask him to
reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a meta
okay, so
Well, he just said here that he wants to ask his questions, and I feel like she is being unnecessarily defensive here in this situation. Oh, the conspiracy theories are starting. Why does Andrew Wilson have a monitor in his ear? Uh-oh. Jackson Hinkle says, Andrew Wilson could have bought a house with $300,000. Instead, he bought a $300,000 3-hour public humiliation session from Candace Owens. Amazing. Where are the specificities? You got to point it, like if you want, high resolution thinking includes the examples. You want to include those examples. Oh, here's a little behind the scenes shot. Andrew is asking, how are you inferring that from that piece of evidence? I mean, that's a reasonable question. Someone said, dude, what am I watching? That's a reasonable question, like how you are inferring with regards to Candace Owens. You know, whatever her conclusions are, right? How are you inferring, you know, something that is a correlated conspiratorial line connected to the FBI or to Israel or to the French? No one can ever leave the French or Israel alone. How are you inferring to that from the current evidence that's available? Trying to understand that causal chain. So his wife can tell him what to say. Oh, Robin, you bad. Yeah, I mean, Robin's like, it seems weird to agree with Andy Boy. Robin's someone who's got strong feelings against Andrew. I don't have the strongest feelings against Andrew. I have mentioned things in the past where, you know, I've tried to get him on the Penguin stage. That communication with him seemed impossible and weird and strange and made me believe he wasn't ready for the Penguin stage. I've since done a deeper analysis on Andrew. I think I understand him epistemically and ethically better. There are so many things ethically that Andrew and I vehemently disagree on. And I've given those examples a lot already, but maybe him and I can debate those at some point. But that doesn't mean he wasn't correct in this debate in exposing the lack of causal lines being drawn to these conspiracy theories by Candace Owens. Frank Castle says, are you one of his wife's baby daddies? You certainly are protective. That has got to be one of the takes of the week, that I am protective of Andrew Wilson. That's one of the takes of the week. Logic and rigorous epistemic standards have no, like empiricism and science is a way of knowing. They have no team. They just expose what what has been the case from the standards of logic, from the standards of scientific inquiry. Science is a way of knowing by empirical standards. So when I release my data report from this debate, anyone out there who is, let's say, saying that, yeah, Candace Owens is really onto something here, you're going to have to contend with the logic and data in my report. If you run away from it or try to make up excuses as to why you don't have to deal with it, then I would say that would be an epistemically dishonest thing to do. Don't run away from the data. Don't run away from academic interpretations of this work. People are saying like the exact moment Candace lost the debate. It's not, that's not the way like debates work. It's not the exact moment. There are no exact moments. Everyone wants to get that clickbait exact moment. You got to look at the whole thing holistically. Andrew Wilson, this person, Mel, is speaking about Andrew Wilson. When you say that there's a steel neck and it has to be smaller caliber, you have make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone? Candace Owens, it could. I didn't say it can't. Andrew Wilson, all right, exactly. Let's just watch the video. The way this is written.
Back to the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know. But back to the matter is that
yeah, I don't see what this commenter's issue is with that reasoning. I think that's a plausible case of what happened. Pearl Davis says, who won the debate? I think Andrew Wilson did. Her audience is saying 60,000, 60,000, 60% to 40% split. Let's see how my data consolidation is going. Haha, yes, evil. The evil. Who is a furry? Are there furries? What is going on? Max says, I will say that it comes off as you give Andrew far more grace than he deserves. Well, I mean, all human beings are worthy of my moral consideration and grace, as if his character hasn't been demonstrated to be absolutely terrible. I've made many comments about aspects of Andrew's character that are terrible. See, Dillahunty conversation is just one example. Yeah, I've seen the moment from the Dillahunty conversation. Andrew tried to troll and make it about the trans issue, the gender issue. Yeah. We live in a world where like being a honest moral well-beingist that really does want to maximize well-being for themselves and those around them, and everybody is worthy of their moral consideration and their truthful epistemic evaluation. You know, a truly symmetrical application of that. People will take from that to mean that, oh, well, you're just, you're just supporting the bad guy. No, I'm giving you my honest epistemic evaluation of the knowledge engagement that just occurred in this debate. Who was more logically sound? Does Candace Owens have causal lines that demonstrate her conspiracy theories, which at this point she seemingly doesn't? And like I said repeatedly throughout this video, Andrew Wilson, the person in Andrew Wilson's seat for this debate, it can be a philosophy 101 student who has a decent grasp on the basics of logic. It doesn't take anyone of superb caliber to dismantle Candace Owens' conspiracy theory arguments. But a lot of people's poor thinking, epistemic errors in their thinking are going to be exposed, I think, with this. Andrew Wilson's a very polarizing, kind of the villain of the debate world in many people's eyes. And they want to see him get crushed, and they want to create clips, and they want to do, but you need to make sure you are saying things that are coherent to the actual data of the conversation, because you're just going to be shown to look foolish when someone puts together a rigorous epistemic report that shows that Andrew Wilson was on the side of reason in this conversation. And that's overwhelmingly the case based on what we just reviewed. Like, I don't know how people are going to justify these like strange assertions that are being made. Some by some people who are like anti-Trumpers, and they accuse Trump of spreading misinformation. Another person says, so let me get this straight. Not only Candace Owens is making $300K plus the super chats on a $200K people's stream and ad revenue from the VOD. And then during the break, I'm getting 2 sponsors back to back. Use code Candace at checkout. Holy shit, Rich, make $1 million today. Why don't you, while you keep attacking Erica Kirk? Greedy beyond belief, someone says. Yeah, on the whole money situation, I think the righteous and good thing to do would have been to do this as a fundraiser for either the children of Charlie Kirk. I think that would be fair. Whether or not you think they need the money is irrelevant. He was the one that was murdered, wrongfully, which is a bad act. He was murdered. And they should try to think of where Charlie would want the money raised from this debate or discussion to go to, a cause, or to his kids. So yeah, this and the fact that this was a big money-making venture, I don't like that. Sneeko says, I like Andrew Wilson, but how telling is it that only Turning Point feds and Zionist shills are on his side against Candace Owens? I guess I'm the Zionist shill. Quote. So logically sound argumentation. Um Logically sound argumentation that demonstrates conspiracy theories have no causal link is now a Zionist logically sound argumentation that demonstrates conspiracy theories to have no causal link is now a Zionist wing. There. Who's running the Unfuck America Tour account? Does anyone know? Who is running this account? As much as you might dislike Andrew Wilson, I, for one, can't stand his ethics. I, for one, can't stand his ethics. He is obviously on the side of reason in this dismantling of Candace Owens' unfounded conspiracy. Oh, now I'm getting into it. Someone said Z is just farming. That's really embarrassing. That's really embarrassing. You don't just throw shit out there farming for shit. It doesn't represent your organization well when you're promoting conspiratorial thinking, and I believe that that group, the Unfuck America Tour group, is supposed to be the resistance against the kind of conspiratorial dog shit thinking of Donald Trump and people like that. So yeah. Well, it doesn't matter if someone just claims to be stirring the pot. it shows a lack of ethical and epistemic character if you're out there just stirring the pot and you're not willing to stand by the things you are saying and promoting. That's confusing to your audience. Think of the followers of that account that think that, yeah, we're on the side of science and reason, and maybe they'll still have vulnerabilities within their own epistemic standards, and they'll be falling for this. They're being led to believe that the conspiracy theories is being espoused and the way that Candace Owens debating was somehow good. That's craziness. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream today. Smash that like button. We've been going a while. Coming up on the 7th hour. Conspiracy theories turn truth after a few weeks. That is the dying breath of the conspiracy theorist. Wow. There's a lot of high profile people with a lot of followers signaling some stuff out. See where Mr. Stephen Bonnell is at.
Theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero. And the continuous kind of expression, we're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved and France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence? We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said, my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition-based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just, I'm skeptical because these people over here said things.
She didn't use that came to me in a dream line at all, right? I'm guessing that's the thing she said probably on her fucking show because she is fucking crazy.
And that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough. I get that. I'm not the most likable man. I understand that too. But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether or not Robinson did it. She says, I found the evidence convincing, unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just had nothing the entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with.
Do you think TPUSA paid for this debate? I can't answer any questions about anything. I don't know who. I can never tell like how retarded people are or not. Like my immediate thing would be no, because you should know that this guy is not like a person, or like if you were to pay that much money for it, you would be invested in his prep for it, right? Like, fuck, even Finkelstein said that the Mossad was prepping me for my debate with him. Why not, why would she not be invested in his prep? No?
I wanted to go over the screwdriver, I wanted to go over the towel, the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character. And what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion, and I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits, and I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there's more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watches this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this
Basically
what he wanted.
did nothing. I wonder how much he got paid for it.
But I'm very content with how I dealt with this, and I trust I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that is here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD Podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions. And last but not least, the two of you, I respect you guys again for having this conversation. It is not easy to do so. Hopefully this will lead to more discussions. A lot of different things we talked about. I'm sure there will be a lot of follow-up. With that being said, take care, everybody. God bless. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
All right. Thoughts from Mr. Destiny.
Jesus fucking Christ. Let me run through my stuff for this. Hold on. Or links I have. Twitch makes Russian asset and co-founder of Tenet Media, Lauren Chan, a Twitch partner. Nice!
I got to get my data released out there. Save some people from making stupid mistakes.
Hold on. Oh, good meme. Hassan, thank you for seeing what's going on. Replying to Jola. Andrew Wilson's feelings after the debate. They had nothing and never had anything. Done. Wow, he feels like he dominated.
Okay. We have some data, folks. Let's take a look. This is the first run. I'm usually going to run this 3 times before we actually officially release data. I need to make sure the speaker attribution is correct.
Hold on.
Okay.
Jesus. The former developers of the Calamity mod will be hosting charity streams for 3 days, starting on the 15th. The goal of the event is to raise funds for the developers who were not given proper payment for their work by Ozatron. How much
All right,
do they
sorry,
need to
Steven.
raise?
I got to let you go. The data is in. The data. Oh, I could have left my... Wait. Where did my X go? Sorry, one sec. Oh, I think I closed down my X account. That's okay. I got the data, folks. I got the data. This is the first run of the data. We'll take a look at it. Ooh, how exciting. Oops, wrong screen. Wrong screen. Wrong screen. Wrong screen, wrong screen. There we go. Ugh. No, wait. There we go. All right, let's take a look at what we have. We have some holds and we'll clear those. By the way, everyone, this is not the final draft. There never is a final draft, but this is not the final public draft. But let's take a look. Boom, I can make myself a little bit bigger here. Let me go behind there. There we go. Actually, let's just make this bigger. I can. Fine. Okay. Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens, the Charlie Kirk debate. Is everyone excited? We haven't been talking about this enough today, so we need to keep talking about it. Wait, did Steven say he thought Candace won? Can someone verify that? That'll be a nice thing for Steven and I to debate. All right. Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens, the Charlie Kirk debate, official post-debate forensic report, speaker-corrected transcript audit plus misinformation registry plus legal/forensic fact-check plus logic and conspiratorial reasoning analysis plus moderator audit plus propaganda persuasive technique assessment plus reproducibility controls. We have 94 audited units here, 11 false, contradicted legal stage errors. Let me zoom in, because like I said earlier, I don't know what's going on with my vision, but I think I'm losing my perfect 2020 vision, which really sucks. Okay, there we go. I'll move myself over. There. Okay. 11 flat out false, contradicted legal stage errors, 27 possible but not established. So that leaves us with 38. That's 38 total non-factual claims, 28 qualified, 15 substantially accurate and supported. Critical scope safeguard. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put out one more X post and tell people I'm going through this. At Andrew Wilson, Candace Owens debate data. Let me share a quick screenshot. Again, everyone, I must be very clear about this. This is the first run of the data. This is the first run through of the data. Version 2 will be the public document that is released. Okay, there. There. Okay. Cool. All right. Critical scope safeguard. The supplied transcript's automatic speaker attribution is unreliable. The report ignores those labels. The transcript system I used to grab an early transcript, it provided speaker labels, but I asked it to ignore those labels. The report ignores those labels and reconstructs turns independently as Andrew Wilson, AW, Candace Owens, CO, and Patrick Bet David, PBD. Ambiguous crosstalk is excluded rather than guessed. The report intentionally does not perform an anti-Semitism analysis. We didn't need that for this. Israel-related material is evaluated only for factual support, causal entailment, evidence quality, attribution, rhetoric, and reasoning structure. Legal status safeguard. Tyler Robinson is accused, not convicted. This report evaluates the public evidentiary record and debate claims. It does not adjudicate guilt. The preliminary examination is a probable cause proceeding, not a trial beyond a reasonable doubt. Oral argument on Bindover/capital issues was set for September 1st, 2026 at the report cutoff. Executive assessment. On the narrow evidentiary question debated, whether the public record better supports Tyler Robinson as the shooter or a specific patsy/frame-up theory, Andrew Wilson had the stronger evidentiary case. He repeatedly anchored his position in the prosecution's surveillance, physical evidence, and alleged admissions, and he made several useful concessions when he lacked an answer. Candace Owens raised multiple genuine anomalies and procedural questions, but too often converted those anomalies into positive evidence for a specific hidden action theory without supplying the causal bridge. We talked about this a lot during our live stream. Her strongest problems were certainty inflation, bracket 0% shooter, full confidence in foreign involvement. Legal stage confusion about preliminary hearings, DNA/fingerprint conflation, immunity misunderstanding, and unsupported foreign TPUSA Erica inferences. Wilson's principal defects were overgeneralization, motive attribution, occasional technical overstatement, weak expected behavior reasoning, unsupported numerical precision, and usually demeaning personal attacks. Most consequential factual/legal failure. Owens repeatedly described the preliminary hearing as entirely or overwhelmingly hearsay, and asserted that the defense was not allowed to present affirmative evidence. Utah Rule 7B expressly permits the defense to testify, call witnesses, and present evidence after the state rests. Reliable hearsay is allowed, but the hearing also contained firsthand testimony, physical evidence, surveillance, and forensic evidence. Her procedural analogy that because the state can use hearsay/inference, her own degraded DNA to patsy inference has comparable evidentiary status is a category error. One more time. Her procedural analogy that because the state can use hearsay inference, her own degraded DNA to patsy inference has comparable evidentiary status is a category error. Most consequential forensic failure. Owens converted mixed DNA testimony into claims about, quote, 5 sets of prints, another person having more DNA on the gun, and Twig's DNA being on the rifle. The hearing testimony was more nuanced. The trigger/trigger guard sample had at least 4 DNA contributors. Robinson was statistically modeled as the major contributor. The major profile showed the greatest degradation in that mixture. The analyst could not date deposition or infer the activity that deposited it. Owens later corrected the twigs on rifle extrapolation, and that correction is explicitly credited. I'm just going to grab some more water. Just give me a couple seconds here. All right. Most consequential conspiratorial reasoning pattern. The debate repeatedly shows anomaly accumulation without a demonstrated common mechanism. Body cam failure, pavers, SUV handling, a backpack, mixed DNA, source claims, Netanyahu denials, donor conflict, and alleged foreign cell phone activity are treated as mutually reinforcing, even when the evidentiary streams are independent and some are unverified. A conspiracy can be real. The defect is not considering conspiracy. The defect is moving from, quote, this is odd / possible to, quote, this supports my specific frame up / foreign involvement theory, without identifying the bridge evidence. Wilson specific finding. Wilson was generally better calibrated on legal posture than Owens, especially when he acknowledged trial uncertainty and admitted that he could not explain DNA degradation. But his argument was weakened by political and personal rhetoric, including unsupported claims about profit motive and sorry, I just wanted to start this one again. But his argument was weakened by political and personal rhetoric, including unsupported claims about profit motive and an egregious sex-based insult. He also used a poor behavioral inference about what innocent parents, quote, would do publicly, and an unsupported, quote, 90% intuition statistic. And again, everyone, this is the first report. There will be a version 2. We will correct any errors as we move through this report and read through it. And then the version 2 is what we will release to the public. But I think it's important to show our work. Patrick Bet-David moderating finding. Patrick Bet-David was generally constructive. He clarified the 0% shooter claim, repeatedly called for fact checks, surfaced the exact surveillance message text, asked a falsifiability question, and directly checked a live coaching insinuation. His main weakness was fact check compression. Quote, full discovery overstated the prosecution filings, quote, presently and reasonably available language, and the Rule 801 card was too narrow to resolve the broader hearsay dispute, he also injected an unsupported mainstream media motive claim. Yes, we caught that at the end. Mainstream media doesn't want you to see this. Demonstrate that, Patrick Bet David. Demonstrate that they don't want you to see this. Okay, let's look at findings, assessment, and why it matters. Narrow debate merits. Wilson advantage. The cumulative public case for Robinson is material. The cumulative public case for Robinson is materially more developed than the authenticated evidence for a specific patsy/frame-up mechanism. Owens factual reliability. Materially defective in high impact areas. Several direct errors cluster in hearsay law, defense powers, immunity, DNA terminology, and attribution. Additional extraordinary claims remain unsupported. Wilson factual reliability, generally stronger, not clean. Fewer high-impact factual errors, but multiple overstatements, motive claims, weak behavioral inference, and technical uncertainty. Conspiratorial reasoning. High in Owens' case structure, driven by anomaly accumulation, anonymous source insulation, possibility to probability escalation, and certainty beyond public evidence. This is a reasoning analysis, not a diagnosis. But high in Owens' case structure, conspiratorial reasoning. Moderator quality, mixed, generally constructive, strong clarification and verification, several quick fact checks, flatten legal nuance. Quote/speaker fidelity, high with attribution firewall. Automatic tags ignored, high impact turns are reconstructed by context, ambiguous crosstalk excluded. Audit confidence, high overall, specific holds are preserved. We'll go through those holds. These will be claims that my system was not sure about when sorting or how they should be attributed. Primary legal sources and hearing records control unresolved. Device, source, video provenance remains explicitly unresolved. Okay. Method, scope, and evidentiary rules. A lot of you who are familiar with the Pangburn analysis are familiar with this stuff, but I'll go through this. Number one, controlling source and corpus geometry. The supplied 113-page debate transcript is the controlling source for what the supplied artifact displays. It is not trusted for speaker labels. Ad reads and unrelated promotional segments are excluded. The 26-page Hassan/Finkelstein official version 2 report is used as a methodological template, benchmark only. This report reconstructs 3 participants: Andrew Wilson, Candace Owens, and moderator Patrick Bet David. Speaker attribution firewall. A proposition enters a speaker's ledger only when contextual routing identifies that speaker with high confidence. Okay. Speaker reconstruction audit. The most important attribution anchors are A, PBD explicitly hands the opening to Andrew on transcript page 2 and thanks him before turning to Candace on page 5. Okay, we don't need to know that. Evidence hierarchy, controlling preference. 1, debate transcript for what was said. 2, Utah statutes/rules, official case updates, and charging/court record. Number 3, hearing testimony/transcript records and physical/forensic reports. Number 4, peer-reviewed or government technical sources. Number 5, AP/Reuters and other high-quality reporting. Number 6, reputable secondary reporting. Number 7, participant-controlled media and anonymous source allegations. Participant sources establish that a claim was made, not that it is true. Extraordinary hidden actor claims require an evidentiary bridge, not merely motive or anomaly evidence. How y'all doing? Hanging in there? Smash that like button. Much appreciate that. It helps spread the stream. We've been going 7 hours. Maybe we'll do 14 hours today. How does that sound? Verdict taxonomy, disposition. There will be false claims, unsupported claims, qualified claims, supported, held, and not rateable. So first, what does false mean? Contradicted, legally misstaged, numerically wrong, misattributed, chronologically impossible, or defeated by a literal universal. Unsupported means possible or arguable, but the reviewed evidence does not establish it, especially causal, motive, frame-up, or foreign involvement claims. Things that are rated false and unsupported would be things that are claimed and would currently be categorized as non-factual from like a fact check perspective. So non-factual would relate to false and unsupported claims. Qualified. A meaningful factual core survives, but scope, wording, causation, chronology, attribution, legal stage, or certainty requires material correction. And then we have supported. This is the ideal category. This is where we want to be epistemically. Substantially accurate as stated, subject to normal, legal, stage/context caveats. Hold means no merits verdict because device provenance, original media, source identity, discovery scope, or device record is unavailable. So I will need to personally adjudicate the held items. Not rateable just means normative judgment, insult, prediction, personal confidence, estimate, analogy, or subjective impression without a stable empirical truth condition. Oh, one thing I want to add. Oh no, I won't be able to add that there. That's okay. That's okay. All right, let's keep going. Denominator discipline, the denominator firewall. The 94 units, 94 claims in this report are a curated material claim registry, not every sentence spoken. The registry is intentionally enriched for disputed, consequential, and fact-checkable claims and excludes routine truths, jokes, repeated back channels, ad reads, and much lower stakes banter. Therefore, the verdict counts must not be reported as a speaker-wide misinformation percentage or, quote, truth rate. Charts describe only the audited registry. Triple check protocol. This is just the triple check protocol to check, and recheck everything. Okay. First, we have the highest impact misinformation and material defects. Now we're getting into the meat here. Are you excited? Also say hello in the chat, everyone. Make sure you smash that like button. All right, highest impact misinformation and material defects. CO on this side refers to Candace Owens, and AW down here refers to Andrew Wilson. So we see a lot of Candace Owens here. So the first verdict here for ID C008, Candace Owens. The claim is there is a 0% chance Tyler Robinson was the shooter. The public record contains multiple converging streams implicating Robinson. Surveillance identification, the rifle/associated evidence, DNA evidence, alleged admissions/messages, and surrender context. None of these things are a conviction, and several are contested, but they make literal 0% certainty evidentially indefensible. So that should be viewed as an indefensible position. The idea that there's 0% chance that Tyler Robinson was the shooter. All right, the next one from Candace Owens. Kirk was, quote, definitively not shot by a 30-odd 6 from the roof. The fatal projectile was 30 caliber class and compatible with the recovered 30-06 evidence. While the specific rifle to projectile microscopic comparison was inconclusive does not establish exclusion. So again, while the specific rifle to projectile microscope comparison was inconclusive does not establish exclusion. So this claim by Candace Owens, Kirk was definitely not shot by a 30-06 from the roof. Just because it's inconclusive does not establish exclusion. Should not give you epistemic justification to claim Kirk was definitively not shot by a 30-06 from the lossy or low-C roof. So those two were unsupported. Now we have a straight out false claim. From Candace Owens. There were, quote, 5 sets of prints on the trigger. That was her claim. There were 5 sets of prints on the trigger. The testimony concerned mixed DNA. The testimony concerned mixed DNA, not 5 fingerprint sets. The combined trigger/trigger guard sample had at least 4 contributors. Testimony allowed that the true number could be higher. Testimony allowed that the true number could be higher. But this is false as stated, that there were 5 sets of prints on the trigger. False based on what's been demonstrated thus far. Our next unsupported. Because Robinson's DNA was more degraded, people with stronger DNA presence may have used the gun more recently. So this was another unsupported claim by Candace Owens. Because, one more time, she said, because Robinson's DNA was more degraded, people with stronger DNA presence may have used the gun more recently. The ATF analyst did not date deposition or infer activity from degradation. Degradation can be affected by multiple variables. The hearing testimony does not establish a recency ordering. The hearing testimony does not establish a recency ordering. Very important. Now we're on to the next false claim. Quote, the entire preliminary hearing was hearsay. Utah permits reliable hearsay at preliminary examinations, but the hearing also contained live firsthand testimony, surveillance/video, physical evidence, and forensic evidence. Entire is just plainly false based on the evidence that is available. Another false claim by Candace Owens. Because the state uses hearsay/inference at a preliminary hearing. Sorry, one second. Because the state uses hearsay/inference at a preliminary hearing. Oh. Let's see here. This might be something we need to correct. Because the state uses hearsay/inference at a preliminary hearing, Owens' degraded DNA to patsy inference is evidentially. Oh, okay. This is the insinuation based on the claim. So because the state uses because the state uses hearsay/inference at a preliminary hearing, Owens' degraded DNA to patsy inference is evidentially equivalent to the state's case. So this was one of the claims. I'll make sure that this quotes her as opposed to summarizes her in the, that's going to be, we're going to put this into our system. We need to branch out here. Why isn't that letting me branch? That's weird. Bear with me, folks. We're going to record these corrections as we move through. Oof. Probably have to close. Yeah, I'm actually going to close Discord. I don't need that open right now. All right, folks. I'm going to add that. So this is false. This idea that because the state uses hearsay/inference at the preliminary hearing, Owens' own degraded DNA to patsy inference is evidentially equivalent to the state's case. So Rule 1102 changes admissibility at a probable cause stage. It does not erase differences in corroboration, causal linkage, source reliability, or explanatory power. This is a false equivalence between procedural permissibility and evidentiary weight. One more time, this is a false equivalence between procedural permissibility and evidentiary weight. If anyone feels like getting me to answer something specifically or anything like that, I do have a policy. I will answer all and any super chats during the live stream. Here's the next false claim by Candace Owens. Because Twiggs had use immunity, he could, quote, literally lie about anything and not get in trouble. Use immunity limits use a compelled statements. Use immunity limits use of compelled statements against the witness for covered conduct. Use immunity limits use of compelled statements against the witness for covered conduct. It does not immunize perjury or false swearing. Okay, use immunity limits use of compelled statements against the witness for covered conduct. It does not immunize perjury or false swearing. This is one I'm going to want to clean up the language on as well. This one as well. But again, it's still false. Just because Twiggs has use immunity, this idea that he could literally lie about anything and not get in trouble, it's not true that he could not get in trouble. It does not immunize perjury or false swearing. So they're not immunized against perjury or false swearing. that seems to be a misunderstanding on Candace Owens' part as well. Let's look at claim 45, which is another false claim by Candace Owens. At a preliminary hearing, the defense is not allowed to present affirmative. This is her quote. At a preliminary hearing, the defense is not allowed to present affirmative evidence such as evidence of a conspiracy. Utah Rule 7B expressly says that after the state's case, the defendant may testify, call witnesses, and present evidence, and may cross-examine adverse witnesses. So again, Utah Rule 7B expressly says that after the state's case, the defendant may testify, call witnesses, and present evidence, and may cross-examine adverse witnesses. I want to make that a little more skookum for our final report as well. One thing I want to check on that one is making sure that does apply to preliminary hearings as well. We want to be thorough about this. We want to make sure we're not docking Candace Owens marks for things she might be correct about here. Let's move on to the next one, and then I'm checking this one as well. Wait. False, a categorical statement of Utah preliminary hearing procedure. Rule 7B provides that after the prosecution concludes its case, the defendant may testify under oath, call witnesses, present evidence, and cross-examine adverse witnesses. So they're allowed to do this in the preliminary hearing. So yeah, that is false by her. That's incorrect. But I still want to upgrade the language there for the next version of the report. Another false claim. The preliminary hearing should have produced a, quote, slam dunk, near beyond reasonable doubt demonstration of Robinson as shooter. Utah's preliminary examination purpose is limited to probable cause. The state need not prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt at this stage. It is fair to find evidence personally unpersuasive. It is not fair to treat trial level proof as the legal threshold. So it's kind of confusing the categories there. It's also kind of like a I know it's a normative statement as well. We're talking about what Candace Owens' opinion is of what should be the case. So this one might escape the version 2 audit. But yeah, slam dunk as a something she needs to see to like override the conspiratorial line drawing and the conspiracy theories she has is a bad epistemic way of operating. It's moving in the wrong direction. It's like there needs to be a slam dunk or I'm going to keep this conspiracy theory alive that has no causal lines drawn to it. Yeah, so we're probably going to change that to a not rateable claim because it is normative, but this is why we go through this. Another false claim, the feds did not ask Lance Twiggs questions. Twiggs was interviewed by investigators twice, September 12th, 2025 and April 20th, 2026. Hey, that's my birthday. The debate claim is directly contradicted by the hearing recording reported. double check this one. I want to make sure that Lance Twiggs was the one in reference here. Unsupported. French government / Foreign Legion actors were involved in the Kirk assassination, and or a French unit was trying to kill Owens. Owens relies chiefly on anonymous source allegations. France publicly disputed core components. No independently verified operational bridge, identified participant, travel / financial record, communication or forensic link was produced. The public allegations also mix GIGN, quote, or bracket, Owens assassination claim, end bracket, with Foreign Legion, bracket, Kirk theory, end bracket. So yeah, that's currently unsupported. Now, when it comes to these like situations where, you know, I have an anonymous whistleblower or an anonymous person told me this, it just remains currently unsupported by the data that's publicly available. Her claim alone about this is not enough support. So let's see. Taken literally, the feds didn't ask him any questions is false. So yeah, Twiggs was asked questions by the feds. So that is false. And is contradicted even by Owens' own earlier description of Twiggs being interviewed and answering questions. Earlier in the debate, she specifically discusses, quote, all the questions that were asked, end quote, of Twiggs, and refers to 2 interviews. However, her immediately following phrase, quote, not asking him more questions, suggests her intended point may have been that investigators did not question Twiggs enough, rather than that they literally asked him 0 questions. Well, still false as stated. All right. The next unsupported claim. Owens had, quote, full confidence Israel was involved in Kirk's killing. Documented donor pressure and political disagreement can motivate investigation, but no publicly verified operational bridge connects Israeli state / intelligence actors to the killing. Certainty substantially exceeds the disclosed evidence. Again, her claim being that she has full confidence that Israel was involved in Kirk's killing. Another unsupported claim by Candace Owens. A shaped charge / exploding microphone is a serious or better reported alternative mechanism for Kirk's fatal injury. The disclosed forensic record identifies a gunshot wound and 30 caliber class projectile fragments. No explosive residue, detonator, blast injury finding, or authenticated microphone fragment analysis was presented. The explosive hypothesis is logically conceivable, but lacks comparable positive evidence. Yeah. There just is no positive evidence for that case. It's, again, built on anomaly stacking, conspiratorial line drawing. Candace Owens, again, a false claim here. Quote, aggravated murder is literally not murder. Aggravated murder is a distinct Utah statutory homicide offense, but calling it a murder charge is ordinary and legally intelligible shorthand. One more time. But calling it a murder charge is ordinary and legally intelligible shorthand. The precise correction is that Robinson is charged under aggravated murder rather than the separate ordinary murder statute. But it is false to say, I would keep this as false, that aggravated murder is literally not murder. Another unsupported claim by Candace Owens. And then we got one for Andrew Wilson here down at the bottom. Unsupported claim. Bagley's body cam dying makes it plausible evidentiary that the rooftop screwdriver was planted. The body camera termination is a legitimate documentation weakness, but Bagley testified he noticed the red/black screwdriver shortly after reaching the roof before the later camera termination. No affirmative planting evidence was presented. No affirmative planting evidence was presented. So Bagley's body cam dying, Candace Owens thinks, makes it plausible evidentiary that the rooftop screwdriver was planted. Those lines do not connect. A simple possibility that the screwdriver was planted does not mean, you can't, from a classical logic perspective, you can't rule out anything. I've never seen someone been able to rule out anything or rule anything as impossible. So possibility ought not weigh into our epistemic standards. So what's plausible? Does it add plausible evidentiary basis to the case that the screwdriver was planted? No, it doesn't, because it's simply a possibility that the screwdriver is planted. Is there any other good reason we have? Any other piece of evidence? Any other justification that can raise us from simply possible to plausible? Andrew Wilson's unsupported claim. 90% of what Owens says is intuition-based. No coded denominator or sampling method was supplied. The qualitative criticism has a basis. The 90% figure is unsupported precision. People do this a lot. They add numerical value to something or a percentage value to something when it's just like, don't do that. It's not empirical unless you're actually referring an actual statistic with a denominator or an equation with a denominator. Like, 90% of what they say, it's like that shouldn't be convincing to anyone. That's just rhetoric. And sometimes people are using this as rhetoric, but I just really advise people to move away from claiming things like this, because when you're audited, a guy like me can point to it and be like, yeah, of course you're just pulling that 90% number out of your butt. So when we look at the highest impact misinformation and material defects, these are the highest impact ones. This isn't all of them, right? They're all Candace Owens except for one. And the one of Andrews is a pretty minor kind of habitual thing that people do in debates. Substantial supported core, the final report preserves. Robinson has not been convicted, and the preliminary hearing is only a probable cause stage. Doubt and defense challenges remain legally appropriate. The public prosecution record contains substantial converging evidence, surveillance, identification, a rifle, and associated physical evidence, DNA evidence, alleged text/Discord admissions, and surrender/family context. The fatal projectile to specific rifle microscopic comparison is inconclusive. That is a real limitation and must not be rewritten as a conclusive ballistics match. Dust/debris was observed in the recovered rifle barrel. The hearing did not establish that this dates the last firing or excludes recent discharge. The trigger/trigger guard DNA sample was mixed. The major profile was attributed statistically to Robinson and showed the greatest degradation in the mixture. The analyst could not date deposition or infer who fired the rifle from that fact alone. Utah Rule 1102 allows reliable hearsay at preliminary examinations. Owens is correct that hearsay played a significant role. She is wrong that the entire proceeding was hearsay or that all trial evidence is therefore invalid. The UVU scene was altered quickly. Pavers were installed 5 days after the shooting, and lead investigator Hull testified he was not involved in the decision and did not know who ordered it. This is a legitimate procedural question, not proof of a cover-up. UVU had extensive surveillance, but not continuous omnipresent coverage or active rooftop monitoring. Camera gaps are real. Kirk had genuine conflict with some pro-Israel donors, and his views were more complicated than a simple, quote, never wavering narrative. That supplies motive context for investigation, not evidence Israel participated in the murder. Wilson had a prior professional/paid relationship with TPUSA debate coaching. That is a legitimate disclosure issue. No evidence reviewed establishes TPUSA paid or directed him for this debate. Owens made at least one important live factual correction, withdrawing the extrapolation that Twiggs' DNA was on the rifle, and several concessions/qualifications. Those corrections are part of the reliability record, not footnotes to be hidden. So, core evidence map, what the debate can and cannot establish. Surveillance, what it supports. Investigators identify and track a person they say is Robinson across campus, roof, escape-related sequences, footwear, and vehicle cues contribute. What it does not establish by itself, a single blurry frame is not facially conclusive. Gaps remain, and image interpretation can be contested. Rifle/ammunition. Recovered weapon and ammunition are associated with the alleged escape route, and Robinson through multiple evidence streams. The fatal projectile fragments were not microscopically individualized to the specific recovered rifle. DNA. Robinson is statistically supported as a major contributor on key firearm samples. Mixed DNA also shows other contributors. DNA does not by itself prove who fired the gun when DNA was deposited or which activity deposited it. Text, Discord, and note. If authenticated/attributed as prosecutors allege, the first-person admissions are highly incriminating and corroborate other evidence. The case is not yet tried. Authorship, context, admissibility can be litigated, and the defense can challenge provenance. Twiggs statements provide alleged confession/regret context and links to messages/evidence. Use immunity and leading question issues affect weight/admissibility. Immunity does not permit perjury. Can't just say anything. Like Candace Owens was representing in the debate. Scene anomalies, body cam termination, paving timeline, backpack reclassification, and evidence release questions justify scrutiny. They do not, without bridge evidence, drawing that causal line, identify who planted evidence, who conspired, or whether any anomaly was intentional. Foreign/donor context. Kirk's donor conflicts and foreign theory source claims can justify investigation. Motive/context does not establish operational participation by Israel, France, GIGN, Foreign Legion, or any state actor. Exploding mic theory. Video anomalies can generate a hypothesis worth testing. No disclosed explosive residue/device/pathology or authenticated mic fragment evidence supports a shaped charge conclusion over the gunshot evidence. The central burden distinction. Anomaly is not mechanism. A legitimate anomaly can lower confidence in a prosecution story. It does not automatically raise the probability of a specific alternative by the same amount. To support a patsy/frame-up claim, the argument needs positive bridge evidence. Who acted, what they did, how they accused/manipulated the evidence, how the digital/physical streams were coordinated, and what independent record corroborates that mechanism. The debate often stops at, quote, this could have happened. That is insufficient for high confidence. Logic inference and epistemic quality audit. So we have Speaker Candace Owens and Speaker Andrew Wilson here, and we also have one line for Patrick Bet-David. So the pattern of possibility being used as evidence. We have the debate manifestation in the middle. Candace Owens repeatedly treats a merely possible mechanism, quote, planted gun, account login, explosive mic, alternate actor, as affirmative evidentiary weight for the specific patsy theory. Hopefully you can all see the issue. Just because something is possible doesn't mean it should be given evidentiary weight for the specific patsy theory. You need to draw a line. It's fine to have these possibilities lead to a possible hypothesis to investigate, but you got to do the investigation. You got to show causality. False equivalence by Candace Owens. She equates Utah Rule 1102's relaxed admissibility with the claim that all inference have the same evidentiary status. One more time. Equates Utah Rule 1102's relaxed admissibility, she equates that, relaxed admissibility, with the claim that all inferences have the same evidentiary status. Of course, they don't. The evidentiary status is going to be determined by how it causally links to the proposition. That's how you establish the evidentiary status. Evidentiary status. Gonna need some more water. Candace Owens, argument from incredulity. This is a very common fallacy. Quote, two on the nose messages, quote, Superman neck, and surprise at expected behavior are used as evidence. Okay, one more time. What's being used as evidence here? Something that seems too on the nose. These messages that are allegedly from Robinson. Something seems too on the nose, or Superman neck, and surprise at expected behavior. These things are being used as evidence in an attempt to bolster the conspiracy theory. But again, no causal link is demonstrated. How you guys doing? You hanging in there? A lot of information. Then we get into kind of the kryptonite of Candace Owens' current way of thinking, Anomaly stacking. Oh, and I want to finish. Sorry, let me read this again. So, like, yeah, we looked at the evidence of 2 on the nose messages, Superman neck, and surprise at expected behavior are used as evidence against direct forensic digital records. So those things are being used as evidence against direct forensic digital records. Anomaly stacking. Body cam failure plus pavers plus backpack plus SUV plus mixed DNA plus unanswered questions are accumulated without a demonstrated common causal mechanism. Where is the causal mechanism, connecting all of these anomalies to the proposed conspiracy theory? Where is it? Appeal to anonymous authority. Private sources are repeatedly used for extraordinary foreign/state involvement claims, while source identity and underlying records remain unavailable. Does that mean she's necessarily lying about these sources? No. But it means these sources have not been independently verified, or at least that independent verification has not been made public. Appeal to authority, another common fallacy. Military/ex-Marine impressions of the video are treated as evidentiary support for an explosives conclusion outside demonstrated explosives forensics expertise. One more time, appeal to authority. I think this was a silly piece of video evidence to use to try and make a strong case for the explosive forensic argument, or the argument of exploding Mike in general. So military ex-Marine impressions of the video, reactions to the video, are treated as evidentiary support for an explosives conclusion outside demonstrated explosives forensic expertise. Argument from silence, another informal fallacy by Candace Owens. These are all Candace Owens, by the way. And I'll let you know when we get to Andrew Wilson and Patrick Bet-David's sections. Argument from silence. Parent silence, agency non-response, and absence of public investigative explanations are repeatedly treated as suspicious evidence. She is repeatedly treating parent silence, agency, what she perceives as agency non-response, and absence of public investigative explanations. This is being treated as suspicious evidence. Parental silence, considering there hasn't been a trial yet, is not rare in these cases. Agency non-response. Well, I'm not sure we know how responsive or non-responsive the agencies have been. Maybe she's, regarding the lack of response to her claims that, she's being targeted by, she mentioned she had sent this information to the, she mentioned she had sent some information to the Trump administration and I believe to the FBI. Maybe, but just because there's a lack of response, this could be deemed to not be necessarily worthy of a response. Or the response got lost in translation. There's a lot of other things that are much more likely than this kind of globalized conspiracy theory that she's created. That's why it's called the argument from silence fallacy, because silence in and of itself, you shouldn't be using that and believing it's positive evidence or causal evidence to any kind of case. All you have is silence. The silence could mean many, many different things. Mott and Bailey / confidence shift. Candace Owens moves between, quote, possible / viable and categorical or near categorical claims. For instance, 0% chance she believes that Robinson is the shooter, 0%. Full confidence, foreign involvement, full. Not that she is suspicious that there could be a foreign involvement. She has full confidence. Narrative elasticity. Earlier, quote, not on campus sourcing is revised to, quote, involved somehow, without a full causal reconstruction of how the patsy mechanism now works. So again, that causal link, when Andrew Wilson was asking for positive evidence towards these things, that's what he's looking for. He's looking for the causal chain, the causal line from these things being claimed to the proposition, to the patsy proposition specifically. And one more for Candace Owens in this particular logic, inference, and epistemic quality audit section. Hidden motive attribution. There was a lot of that. That was a reoccurring issue. Candace Owens has repeated claims that officials, Turning Point USA, commentators, or investigators are obscuring a deeper truth without any actor-specific proof. So what this means is like, okay, who are the actors? And let's be specific. Where's the proof that a particular actor is involved here? Not just a correlation or how they might possibly be involved. Remember, possibility ought not weigh into our epistemic standards. Plausibility should. Draw us a line to a specific actor. Not how it's possible a certain person could be involved. A direct line to a specific actor. That's what we need. Let's look at 5 listed Andrew Wilson logic, inference, and epistemic qualities. Expected behavior fallacy. Andrew Wilson treats parents' failure to publicly proclaim innocence as evidence against innocence. One more time. Andrew Wilson treats parents' failure in this debate to publicly proclaim innocence as evidence against innocence. So that is fallacious. Number 2 for Andrew, motive attribution. There was a lot of this. Not as much as Candace Owens, though. Suggests alternative theories track whatever, quote, lined the pockets without financial / motive proof. Suggests alternative theories track whatever, quote, lined the pockets. So he would need to demonstrate where the pockets have been lined. Give the actual financial / motive proof. Overgeneralization. Quote, leftists all over and broad characterization of the alternative theory ecosystem flatten heterogeneous actors / evidence. And my vision. I'm going to zoom in one more and I'm going to widen this for you guys. Might also be because I've been on online reading and listening for quite a few hours now. I'm going to make myself smaller down here. There we go. Okay, are you hanging in there, everyone? How's everything going? just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, good. Good. So let's go through that one again. Andrew Wilson, overgeneralization, leftists all over, and broad characterization of the alternative theory ecosystem flatten heterogeneous actors / evidence. Ooh, I can see better now. Andrew Wilson, false precision. We already went through the 90% intuition estimate has no denominator. Andrew Wilson, ad hominem / poisoning the well. Insults and political harm framing sometimes substitute for direct evidentiary engagement. Patrick Bet David, moderator shortcut. At points, an on-screen fact check, bracket, quote, full discovery compressed rule 801 is treated as if it resolves a more nuanced procedural question. Epistemic strengths worth preserving. Andrew Wilson defines, quote, overwhelming as personal conviction rather than a legal standard, explicitly says the state has not yet proved beyond reasonable doubt. Andrew Wilson concedes he cannot explain the DNA degradation point rather than inventing a technical answer. Andrew Wilson correctly asks for the logical bridge from mixed degraded DNA to a specific patsy mechanism. Candace Owens correctly presses the inconclusive ballistics limitation and mixed DNA complexity rather than accepting, quote, DNA equals shooter as a complete proof. Candace Owens correctly surfaces rapid paving, backpack reclassification, evidence release questions, and body cam failure as issues deserving documentary explanation. Candace Owens corrects the twigs on rifle extrapolation in real time. Patrick Bet David forces numerical clarity on shooter probability and asks what evidence could change Owens's mind, improving falsifiability. Patrick Bet David also directly checks a live coaching insinuation instead of letting it stand untested. Conspiratorial reasoning audit. Definition used here, quote, conspiratorial reasoning describes an argument structure in which hidden coordination is inferred from anomalies, secret motives, source networks, missing information, or actor connections. This is not a diagnosis, personality judgment, or claim that conspiracies cannot occur. Real conspiracies exist and should be investigated when evidence supports them. The audit asks whether the inference from evidence to hidden coordination is disciplined and falsifiable. So let's look at our graph here. Conspiratorial reasoning structure, not a psychological diagnosis. Candace Owens is in blue, Andrew Wilson's in orange. So we see the anomaly accumulation. And this is comparing conspiratorial reasoning. And the bottom line, we're looking at editorial heuristic by dimension used for reasoning structure only, not psychological classification again. But we see a heavy weight in Candace Owens' conspiratorial reasoning structure. Anomaly accumulation, absence as evidence, hidden motive attribution, anonymous source insulation, possibility to probability escalation, narrative elasticity, self-sealing / disconfirmation handling, certainty beyond public evidence. And she leads in every category when it comes to conspiratorial reasoning in this debate. And here's the evidence for this explained. So we see dimension, we see Candace Owens, we see Andrew Wilson, and the evidence in debate. This is based out of a 0 to 4 rating. So we see Candace Owens gets a perfect 4 rating for conspiratorial reasoning, except for narrative elasticity, self-sealing / disc confirmation handling. And Andrew Wilson's scores look much nicer here for conspiratorial reasoning. So let's look. Anomaly accumulation. Candace Owens repeatedly aggregates independent irregularities into a single hidden action narrative without demonstrating common causation. Andrew Wilson mostly asks for a causal bridge. Absence as evidence. She gets a 4 out of 4. Candace Owens often treats missing public footage / explanations / parent statements as positive evidence. Andrew Wilson occasionally treats absence of defense presentation as weak evidence. Occasionally, that's why he gets a 1. Hidden motive attribution, a perfect 4 for Candace Owens, a 2 for Andrew Wilson. Candace Owens attributes concealment / control motives to agencies, Turning Point USA, Erica Kirk, foreign actors and commentators. Andrew Wilson attributes monetization / political harm motives in places. Anonymous source insulation. Again, a perfect 4 for conspiratorial reasoning for Candace Owens, a 0 for Andrew Wilson. Candace Owens relies heavily on private / anonymous source claims for extraordinary allegations. Andrew Wilson's strongest new security text is also privately held, but he presents it as a discrete exhibit rather than an all-purpose network theory. One more time, Andrew Wilson's strongest new security text that included Charlie Kirk is also privately held, but he presents it as a discrete exhibit rather than an all-purpose network theory. Possibility to probability escalation. 4 for Candace Owens, 1 for Andrew Wilson. Candace Owens repeatedly elevates conceivable alternatives into support for a specific patsy foreign involvement theory. Andrew Wilson more often distinguishes possible from persuasive. Yes, the more academic way of doing this is to differentiate possibility from plausibility, but distinguishing possible from persuasive is also a good posture. Let me just fill up my water. 1 second. Okay. Narrative elasticity. Candace Owens doing a little bit better here with a 3 instead of a 4. Andrew's at a 1. Candace Owens revises campus presence and complicity formulations while retaining overall certainty. Andrew Wilson narrows several claims when challenged. Self-sealing / disconfirmation handling. A little bit better for Candace at 3 instead of 4. Some Candace Owens counter evidence is reinterpreted as evidence of deeper coordination. However, she also makes real concessions. Andrew Wilson can be dismissive, but accepts some uncertainty. Certainty beyond public evidence. Back to a 4 out of 4 with regards to conspiratorial reasoning for Candace Owens in this category. Bumped up to a 2 out of 4 for Andrew Wilson. Candace Owens' 0% shooter and full confidence foreign involvement are strongest examples. Andrew Wilson's overwhelming is expressly defined as personal conviction, but still occasionally overstates. Synthesis. Candace Owens, with regards to conspiratorial reasoning, I am rating her, and the Penguin system is rating her at a 30 out of 32. She is in full conspiratorial reasoning mode. High conspiratorial reasoning intensity in this debate. Andrew Wilson is at a 9 out of 32. That's a low to moderate score. Most people in political conversations tend to be much higher than a 9 out of 32. So good on Andrew Wilson in this category. The decisive difference is not openness to conspiracy. It is the frequency with which anomalies and anonymous source claims are promoted into specific hidden actor conclusions without publicly verifiable bridge evidence, or drawing those lines, not just those conspiratorial lines to correlations, but to drawing a causal line to the overarching theory, the patsy theory. We now have the propaganda / persuasive technique analysis. Definition retained from the Penguin benchmark. Recurrent persuasive techniques that privilege a desired conclusion through factual distortion, certainty inflation, selective omission, emotional loading, hidden motive narratives, collective attribution, opponent caricature, or repetition. This is an editorial content analysis heuristic. It does not require state sponsorship and does not establish conscious intent to deceive. There's no anti-Semitism framework in this one. For the past few reports we've done, they've been related to some content that has anti-Semitism in it. So that's why this is mentioned. So we have, again, we have Andrew Wilson on the left file here. We have Candace Owens in the middle, and we have Patrick Bet-David on the right. Factual distortion. Andrew Wilson has several overstatements, but fewer direct errors. Candace Owens has multiple legal / forensic inaccuracies. Patrick Bet-David has a few compressed fact checks. Certainty inflation. We'll look at some more troubled categories. We don't have to go through every category, but everyone's going to have access to this information eventually publicly. So Candace Owens is sitting at a 4 out of 4 for certainty inflation. Candace Owens uses 0% definitively and full confidence formulations despite unresolved evidence. Andrew Wilson defines overwhelming subjectively, but still uses, quote, tons / no evidence language. So that's why Andrew gets a 2 on this. But yeah, Candace Owens is up to a 4. We don't really even need to look at the Patrick David column. So selective omission, Andrew's getting a 2 out of 4, and Candace Owens is getting a 3 out of 4 for propaganda, persuasive technique. Both emphasize evidence favorable to their theory. Candace Owens more often highlights anomalies while minimizing convergent prosecution evidence. Emotional / loading. They both get a 3 for this. Both use ridicule and moral loading. Andrew Wilson's personal insults are especially severe. Patrick Bet David adds some anti-mainstream framing. We're going to get the specific information will be in the claim ledger to justify these particular things. Conspiracy / hidden control structure, of course, a full 4 for Candace Owens and a 1 for Andrew Wilson. Candace Owens repeatedly invokes federal, foreign, Turning Point USA, and influencer coordination. Andrew Wilson primarily critiques those theories, but adds some profit / political motive speculation. Collective essentialization, generic group level rhetoric, quote, leftists, influencers, the feds, mainstream media. This dimension is not an anti-Semitism analysis. Yeah. So they both get a 2 there. Opponent caricature / false dichotomy. Andrew Wilson reduces parts of Candace Owens' case to dreams / vibes. Candace Owens casts critics as developed influencers / Fed slop defenders. So they both get a 3 for that. And then effective repetition / performance. Andrew's at a 2. Candace is at a 3. Live format limits editing / montage, but repeated slogans, sarcasm, and adversarial interruption increase effective pressure. So heuristic totals, Andrew Wilson, 16 out of 32 for propaganda / persuasive technique. That's moderate. Candace Owens, 25 out of 32, a high score. Owens' strongest dimensions are certainty, inflation, and hidden control structure. Wilson's strongest negative dimension is emotional / opponent caricature. There's a Patrick Bet David moderation section. Now we have a rhetoric and personal attack audit. Who did the most attacking? Personal attacks are logged separately from misinformation unless they contain an independently ratable factual proposition. The purpose is to distinguish evidentiary failure from debate conduct. So we have the speaker over here, the PDF page that I provided, the rhetoric / attack, and then the assessment. So Andrew Wilson, quote, idiotic conspiracy theories. Quote, oh no, that's not Andrew Wilson's. Andrew Wilson did not say ghoulish profiteering. Yeah, so we'll fix that one. Let's add that to our corrections. I don't think, this is just based on my memory. Andrew said the ghoulish. So we will check that. This is why we go through these. Candace Owens. Oh, but Andrew, apparently did say idiotic conspiracy theories. We are going to triple check this ledger, though. Owens' investigation, indistinguishable from a leftist operation, making a mockery of right-wing commentary. So we have a loaded framing and motive/character attack. Some claims have factual premises, but the insults do not themselves prove evidentiary defects. This whole ledger is going to be double-checked. Candace Owens. Sarcastic, quote, Miss Cleo response dismisses mass criticism as influencers deployed to dispute, quote, everything Candace says. Defensive ridicule plus broad motive framing, partially responsive to Wilson's own dreams/vibes rhetoric. Candace Owens repeatedly calls Wilson's evidence, quote, absurd, says he is gaslighting her, and later says he, quote, knows nothing about the case. Yep, those are personal attacks. Rhetorical escalation, quote, knows nothing is defeated by Wilson's demonstrated familiarity with several case records, even though he had gaps. Candace Owens says, calls Wilson Turning Point USA's, quote, horse / another influencer they, quote, send. Poisoning the well / conflict insinuation. Prior Turning Point USA relationship is real. Control / payment for this debate is not established. Andrew Wilson, I wish he would stop doing this. Uses retarded about Erica and generalizes that all women are retarded. Now, this is something that he might perceive as him refining and expressing his sense of humor. But you should be conscientious about not just how it will make your followers and the people who love you feel and think you're hilarious and based for saying that, but think about how it will make other people feel. Even if you have to, for the sake of lensing, how it make other, Christian mothers or Christian daughters, how it will make them feel when they see this, when your children might see this. This is one of those moments where Andrew Wilson, it seems like he admits this, is not living up to his own Christian purposes. I'm not a Christian, but Andrew claims to be. Is this consistent with living by way of Jesus's example? I'm an atheist, and I know that Jesus is calling you, Andrew, to live by his example. This is not living by Jesus' example. This is infantile behavior. So just get rid of it, man. Just get rid of it. You don't need it. You don't need it. I have the same kind of critique for so many people out there that I think are quite brilliant or have the, the ability to move into brilliance. But, it's just, it's not an ethical posture. It's not something when you are a much wiser man when you grow up, or that you're going to look back on and think like, yeah, awesome, right on. But you can be better. You can adjust your behavior so that you're living rationally to your own stated purposes. What did we find out about a couple of these other issues? Just let me check. Andrew said, maybe I have never before seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. And then says, commentators, quote, seem to just make up evidence adds that they made up, quote, whatever lined the pockets, and concludes, quote, and I think it's ghoulish to profit off the death of a good man. Oh, okay. Okay. The system was right. Still something in me that wants to triple check that. Something in my mind. But I'll take a look. All right. Oh, and then we have this last one. Andrew Wilson characterizes much of Owens' case as intuition / vibes and assigns an unsupported, quote, 90% figure. Qualitative critique has a basis. Numerical precision does not. Yeah, that's part of the rhetoric. Yeah. Let's look at source quality. Or no, let's look at the conduct finding. Wilson's, quote, all women are retarded remark is the most severe personal rhetoric failure in the entire transcript. It is not converted into a misinformation statistic, of course. My system has to be trolling me there. It has to be trolling me there. Wilson's statement, all women are retarded. It is not converted into a misinformation statistic. Come on, system. Come on. It is reported as demeaning sex-based essentialization and an avoidable degradation of the evidentiary discussion. Owens also repeatedly uses insinuating labels, quote, their horse, quote, scent influencer, quote, gaslighting. That can substitute source identity or affiliation for argument quality. Okay, source quality. I might want to tell my system, you can go ahead and mark that as misinformation. I'm fine with that. Oh, man. Oh, that's really funny. Source quality, source laundering, and conflicts of interest. Private / anonymous sources. Owens repeatedly uses private, family / French / law enforcement sources. These can legitimately generate leads, but the extraordinary claims remain unverified until source identity or underlying records are independently corroborated. Corroborated. As a Canadian with a Canadian accent like I am, corroborated? I don't know, man, that word. State evidence. Wilson sometimes speaks as if prosecution evidence is simply, quote, the evidence. The report instead labels it according to posture, allegation, preliminary hearing testimony, admitted exhibit, forensic result, or live witness testimony. New Kirk security text. Wilson's newly displayed September 9th security message is potentially important but privately held. Without source device / metadata / custodian authentication, this report marks it hold rather than laundering it through Wilson's confidence. I think it's plausible. I think it's highly plausible that this is a genuine, reliable piece of evidence. It would be nice to see some further authentication, though, before we take it as empirically reliable. Turning Point USA relationship. Wilson disclosed prior Turning Point USA debate coaching and prior Pangburn work records. And prior Pangburn work records. What? Pangburn work records. Sorry, I've been online a while. A paid relationship. That is relevant disclosure. It is not evidence that Turning Point USA paid/directed this debate. Participant media. Owens/Wilson videos or posts prove that they claimed and may supply source artifacts. They do not independently validate the truth of their own contested claims. Okay, now we have the detailed audited material claim registry. How to read this ledger. Every row is an atomic audited proposition. The claim as audited line is a controlled proposition. Sorry, the claim as audited line is a controlled proposition or short transcript excerpt. Only phrase presented in quotation marks are intended as direct excerpts from the supplied transcript. Transcript PDF page numbers are used because the supplied artifact does not provide reliable timestamps. Source keys are expanded in the reference register. So no timestamps on this. We usually do have timestamps, but the I have to double check that actually. Didn't provide timestamps, hey? Ooh, but I might be able to get them. Yeah, if I want it with timestamps. This one is then there's no timestamps there. Show timestamps. That is so weird. Maybe. Oh, export with timestamps. There we go. There we go. Well, the next one will have timestamps. That's weird. Show timestamps. Advanced export. Go back. Okay. That's weird. It's showing the section timestamps. What if I do it like this? Print 113 sheets of paper. Into a PDF, of course. Are y'all hanging in there? Oh, my voice. My voice is dying. Okay, there we go. Okay, this I can use this. Okay. Print a timestamp. Let's do that. Downloads. There. Okay, so now I have that for when we run version 2. Okay, great. So what you see here, you'll eventually have timestamps on this report when we run version 2. You'll have the claim as audited. You'll have the claim attribution to who said it. You'll have the claim number, its origin. You will have whether it's qualified, the claim itself, false, non-qualified, etc., unsupported. And then the correction and assessment will follow. So, for example, Andrew Wilson's claim, which is qualified, the claim was there is no evidence Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. It's a qualified claim. Correction and assessment. No publicly verified operational bridge evidence tying Israeli officials, intelligence, financing, communications, or agents to the killing was identified. But Owens did present source allegations and genuine donor conflict context. So, quote, no verified evidence establishing involvement is more precise than a literal claim that no evidentiary material of any kind exists. So there's the update. A better, more precise claim is no verified evidence establishing involvement rather than no evidence. Remember, testimony is evidence. Testimony in and of itself is evidence. Usually testimony by itself, when we're adjudicating many different things, is not going to be considered good evidence or strong evidence. Be considered weak. Or circumstantial evidence can be often considered weak evidence, but it's still evidence. We have a hold, qualified. Let's look at a false claim. So claim 7, Candace Owens, from the transcript. This is to do with history of terminology. This is rated false with high confidence. Claim as audited. The term, quote, conspiracy theorist was created by the CIA after JFK to gaslight critics. I must have missed that. For some reason, I don't remember that. But I trust this more than my own flawed, cognitively limited memory. Correction and assessment. The terminology predates JFK and the CIA. A 1967 CIA dispatch did seek to counter Warren Commission critics, which gives the broader propaganda history point a factual kernel, but not the coinage claim. Let's see. How about Candace Owens? Claim 9 claims. Sorry, I lost my operating window there. The claim from Candace Owens, Kirk was, quote, definitively, not shot by a 30-06 from the Losi, or I forget how to pronounce that, roof. Correction and assessment. The fatal projectile material was 30 caliber class and compatible with the recovered 30-06 evidence, while the specific rifle to projectile microscopic comparison was inconclusive. Inconclusive does not establish exclusion. So this claim is therefore unsupported. Candace Owens, another false claim. There were 5 sets of prints on the trigger. The testimony concerned mixed DNA, not 5 fingerprint sets. The combined trigger/trigger guard sample had at least 4 contributors. Testimony allowed that the true number could be higher. Could be. It's possible. Remember the rule? Possibility ought not weigh into our epistemic standards. Can you guys still see my screen? Oh, okay, yeah. There was a point where you guys couldn't see what I was doing. Anyways. So we got all of these quotes that will have all the information, including the best sources, where you'll be able to search the source ledger. And they will have timestamps as well for version 2. For some reason, usually when I pump out a transcript, it actually puts the timestamps in, but for this one, for some reason, I had to click this time. Maybe it was an update in the software. I don't know. But that's that. Here's another one. False claim by Candace Owens. Claim 45. Relating to defense powers. False. High confidence. At a preliminary hearing, the defense is not allowed to present affirmative evidence such as evidence of a conspiracy. The correction and assessment is Utah Rule 7B expressly says that after the state's case, the defendant may testify, call witnesses, and present evidence, and may cross-examine adverse witnesses. The best sources for this, when we examine our source ledger, will be T1, which is the transcript, and Source 1, which is going to be the court document. More false, unsupported. We have a lot here. A lot. We don't have to go through all of them together, but everyone's going to have access. Okay, let's look at the graph appendix curated register only. We have the audited units on this side, and then we have false, unsupported, qualified, supported, hold, not rateable. There are 5 claims we need to investigate further. So we have 11 false in the register, 27 unsupported. That makes for 38 non-factual claims in the debate. 28 qualified, which means usually that means there's a kernel of fact in there, but then there's a misrepresentation in some way. That's what qualified means. Supported means just fully supported by the facts. Hold means it's calling for me to look at something that it's confused about for me to further adjudicate. Then we have 8 that are not rateable. That would be claims that are primarily normative claims. So let's see. We have Andrew Wilson represented by the blue. We have Candace Owens represented by the green. And for fun, Patrick Bet David is in there represented by the green. Did I say green? Andrew Wilson blue, Candace Owens orange, Patrick Bet David green. So the false claims adjudicated as completely false currently only has one person in the false claims ledger, and that is Candace Owens. The unsupported bar is massive, representing Candace Owens. We have a minor representation of Andrew Wilson there. But what this is telling us, when it comes to non-factual engagement in this debate, overwhelmingly non-factual information was spread by Candace Owens. Qualified. Candace made some qualified claims as well that have some distortions in there. Andrew Wilson also made some qualified claims with distortions. They're all in that detailed claim ledger, of course. People can browse. Version 2 is going to be even more skookum than this, by the way, with a few corrections. Supported. Andrew has a good lead, good margin in the supported section. Not much supported with regards to the claims made by Candace Owens in this debate. She's alone in the false column. An overwhelming amount of unsupported claims. She has some qualified claims, but the supported level here is brutal. Then we have hold and not rateable. We already went through what that means. Here's the collected together scores and determinations. Okay, final synthesis and adversarial self-audit. Who won the evidentiary dispute? On the public record through August 14th, 2026, Wilson more successfully defended the proposition that the cumulative evidence materially implicates Robinson than Owens defended a specific patsy / frame-up mechanism. This is not a legal guilt finding and is not a claim that every prosecution exhibit is reliable or trial admissible. It is a comparative evidentiary judgment. What Owens got right. She correctly highlighted the inconclusive specific firearm ballistics comparison, mixed DNA, and inability to date DNA deposition from the degradation testimony, dust / debris in the barrel, rapid scene paving, real surveillance gaps, real surveillance gaps, evidentiary reclassification of a backpack, unresolved discovery / device questions, and the danger of treating preliminary hearing allegations as convictions. She also corrected an important Twigs -DNA error live. That's a good fallibilist posture to be able to correct that live. Where Owens overreached, she repeatedly turned uncertainty into certainty. 0% chance that Robinson is the shooter. Definitive exclusion of 30-06. All / most hearsay formulations. Immunity as license to lie. Defense cannot present evidence. Foreign involvement at full confidence. And explosive microphone claims lacking direct forensic support. Her method frequently treats unexplained anomalies as if they affirmatively establish a hidden coordinated mechanism. What Wilson got right. He was strongest when he framed the prosecution case cumulatively, distinguished reasonable doubt from the debate's affirmative patsy claim, asked for causal bridges, accepted uncertainty on DNA degradation, and emphasized alleged admissions / digital evidence rather than a single blurry image. Where Wilson overreached, he sometimes collapsed prosecution theory into settled fact, generalized about, quote, leftists, attributed profit motives without proof, relied on weak expected parent behavior, used unsupported numerical precision, and weakened his own evidentiary discipline through personal and sex-based insults. His privately held Kirk security text also deserves the same provenance scrutiny he demands of Owens's private sources. What would change this report? Authenticated evidence can overturn any finding. Device-level metadata proving message fabrication, primary records establishing or refuting the steakhouse stop, a verified foreign operational link, explosive residue / device pathology, definitive alternate shooter video, source records proving a frame-up, or trial testimony materially changing the provenance of the rifle / DNA / surveillance evidence. Pangburn analysis should update the ledger first, then regenerate summaries and counts. Audit control. We have speaker routing, legal stage, forensic terminology, corrections, conspiracy boundary, foreign source claims, conflict disclosure, denominators, anti-Semitism exclusion, current status. Here is the source register. In all Pangburn analysis documents, there will be a source register. So T1 refers to the controlling debate transcript. Let's see. Source 1 is Utah Rule of Criminal Procedure 7B, and so on. So this is the entire source ledger. And the sources, as you saw earlier, will correspond to each claim as audited. Or here, for example, if you want to know what source is being used, let's just, pick anyone. Candace Owens said, Bagley's body camera stopped recording while he was still on the roof. This is rated as supported. What are the sources? T1, which is the transcript, and then we need to go to source 8. Source 8. Let's go. Source 8. This is a court document. Utah v. Tyler Robinson, preliminary hearing day 1. This comes from transcript proxy for Officer Chris Bagley testimony, rooftop evidence, screwdriver discovery, body camera termination, and medical examiner material introduced at hearing. So that's how you work this document to check the sources. Publication statement to finish off. Document status, official post-debate forensic report version 1. Evidence cutoff is August 14th, 2026. This is a source-sensitive, time-bound analysis of a pending criminal case and a live debate. It does not determine legal guilt, private intent, or psychological diagnoses. Misinformation labels describe claim quality, not whether a speaker knowingly lied. Any future trial evidence or authenticated source material should be incorporated through a revision ledger before changing headline conclusions. All Pangburn analysis documents are living documents. All of them. Forever. They are all open to update. If there is a issue identified, if you yourself come across, email me. Travis@pang-burn.com, info@pang-burn.com. Send me a message on Discord. By the way, if you're not part of the Pangburn Discord server yet, there's our Discord link. You guys have been so great. I'm now going to get version 2 pumping together. There are the final numbers, by the way, at the top of the document. 94 audited claims / units, curated material units. 11 found to be false. All 11, according to our findings, are assigned to Candace Owens. 27 unsupported, possible but not established. Qualified 28, material core plus correction. Supported, just substantially accurate. We want to see this supported number for the sake of maximizing well-being, human, physical, mental, and social health. We want to see debaters, public communicators, we want to see that supported number going up. Okay? That's a really important thing we want to see. We should all want to be delivering factual information, substantially accurate information. And we all want to be giving our normative prescriptions, our ethical prescriptions based on substantially accurate information. And when we look at this, for Candace Owens in particular, this is very bad with regards to the claim registry. False over here, unsupported here, qualified, which means there is some level of hallucination in the facts and how they're being presented. So what I'm going to do Okay. Okay. So we got some updates to make here, some corrections. That's good. Corrections are good. Moving closer and closer towards high resolution. So one of the main things, I'm going to provide the timestamp document. Something I wanted to do to perfect this document was in the, or do I need to do that? In this section, the highest impact misinformation and material defects, I would like that to be a little clearer in the document. Make it clear, make it more clear between claim and correction. Was able to add a timestamped document. How timestamped is this, by the way? Oh, it's fair. Yeah. Close enough. Good. Great. Wonderful. I was able to attach a timestamped document. I would mean claim and correction in this section. Good. I would also like a cherry on top. How about that? Cherry on top would be fantastic. Oh, we lost your guys's something for you guys to look at. Sorry. I was sifting through here. That section. Man. Otherwise I'm quite happy. Quite happy for version 2. Quite happy. Timestamps I was able to attach to that. I'd like you to please make it clearer. Yeah, I say please to my systems. Make it clearer between claim and correction in this section. Claim and correct in this section. Did I say that right? Yes. Fantastic. Okay, folks. Generating version 2. Before we publicize version 2, we will do our triple check. Run multiple different systems. But this will take time. If anyone wants access to the Pangburn AI analysis system, all you have to do is go to pang-burn.com/analysis. And all of you have access to the Pangburn AI system fact check application. All you have to do is download the PDF. Within that PDF, it tells you how it functions, the standards by which it functions on. This one functions on the 10 Pangburn epistemic standards, which include atomism, correspondence criteria of truth, etc. And it gives you a prompt to copy into any LLM system so that the LLM system will act like the Pangburn AI fact check application. And of course, like I said, everything in these documents is open to update. One of the most valuable things you'll ever learn as a thinker is remaining open to update. Epistemically, you should always remain open to update on everything. Realize that fallibilism is a part of your very nature that should be celebrated. All right, so we are generating. Everyone take a deep breath. Everything's fine. Well, I wonder how many people are going to direct their anger towards me as opposed to fact checking my fact checking. One thing I've noticed is that people will get really mad at me or my process or whatever. But then I'll be like, yeah, but do you have any corrections to the fact check or to the logic check or to the propaganda check or to the anti-Semitism check or whatever we're checking, the personal attack check? There's nothing. There's nothing. The facts should be what matters here. Right? Am I crazy about that? You're just so naive, Trav. You just think the facts should matter with regards to fact checking. We're trying to do a political project here. That's funny. You guys having your own little debate in there? Huh? But like I said, like a philosophy 101 student would be able to sit down and dismantle Candace Owens' conspiracy theories the same way Andrew Wilson did here today. Nothing overtly impressive. This was in the category of low resolution philosophy and political philosophy. It's all low resolution, high profile, but low resolution. With this many errors, this many mistakes, it gets my stamp of low resolution from an academic perspective. It was entertaining. Did anyone learn anything new? Hopefully, by way of this fact check, hopefully they learned some stuff about how to dismantle conspiratorial line drawing. There was quite a bit of that, examples of that in the conversation. What is this saying? I was thinking a bit more before the request, and that's weird. Oh, okay. Jimmy, what exactly do you mean that she's really well versed in political speak? I mean, what she presented just empirically by the standard of facts themselves, an empirical investigation of that, she utterly failed. She utterly, unequivocally failed. Capital F failure. Did she have some moments where she noticed some things and was strong? Yeah, the moment where she asked Andrew to list the 7 charges against Robinson. And she noticed that he kind of stumbled on that. And then she pushed and tried to force that out. That was a strong moment. And it did seem like, you know, after we watched it and review a few times, that there was some dishonesty in Andrew Wilson there. So she was right to push there. But this was an absolute epistemic failure on Candace Owens' part. Yes, someone said, I'm looking at the analysis document now. Penguin, do you use an LLM to create that too? Yes, all of this is ran by what I call the Penguin AI analysis system. It's highly rigorous and has a lot of fail safes built into it to deal with the common problems people have who aren't well educated on how to use AI systems, where they can run into, hallucination problems with AI systems and things like that. But those are like, when you start becoming educated on how to use these systems in a epistemically rigorous way, those problems that people always point to, well, like AI systems can make mistakes, right? Do you know who makes more mistakes than AI systems, especially in this most recent case? By an overwhelming margin? Candace Owens. But if anyone ever sees any issue with anything in these reports, all they have to do is just get in touch with me, share with me the information, and we will update the report. Are systems thinking a bit more about something's going on here? Something is going on here. Well, I'm gonna keep letting it go on what it's working on. Ladies and gentlemen, da-dee-dee-doo-doo. I'm going to take a screenshot and show everyone the result. Wowie, wow, wow. Wait, what happened? I don't need this window. There we go. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. By the way, all of this work, none of this is to make anyone feel bad or feel like they're useless or anything like that after a debate performance. This is just for educational purposes to help the war of ideas so that we start having a more close-knit relationship with the actual facts. Version. After going through version 1 of the report, a blatant truth emerges. Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens. What were the numbers again? Okay. Oh, I forgot I want to clear up those holds as well. $33 non-factual claims by Candace Owens. Thirty-three non-factual claims by Candace Owens. 3 non-factual claims by Andrew Wilson. Also, I want to put go up to where is the core evidence map? Logic, inference, and epistemic quality audit, right? Version 2 of the report be made public shortly. Hey, we're doing it. Someone said Candace destroyed him masterclass. Sinclair, where did you get that information? Is that your own personal opinion? The results here, the data actually show a brutal performances and belief structure demonstrated by Candace Owens. "34." Well, that should have said 34, right? I said 33. 34 non-factual claims. You see this? This is false. This is just Candace Owens over in the false category. She had 11 just flat out falsehoods. And then she had a buttload of unsupported, 23 claims. By what standard, Sinclair, did Candace destroy Andrew Wilson? Say what you want about Andrew Wilson. I will agree with you on a lot of things about Andrew Wilson. Him and I disagree on many things ethically. And I think he needs to become a better man. Better man even by his own standards, his own Christian standards. But someone saying very confusing. I know. I get it. But so there is a way to give the actual data with regards to the claims that are actually made during the conversation. Some people watch debates and they're kind of purely viewing it through like a lens of entertainment or rhetoric. But what's important to me are the epistemic standards on display. Are we being epistemically rigorous in that? Are we engaging to try and give ourselves a solid, clear view of reality, of the facts? Are we embodying epistemic standards that can get us there, like correspondence criteria of truth, empiricism, science as a way of knowing? And well, you guys are going to have access to this claim. Sinclair, you said false based on what? Her point is? Like, for example, here, we can go through this. She made a claim, police only lie when they are trying to obscure something else. A universal psychological claim defeated by ordinary counterexamples. People can lie for many motives or make false statements by mistake. That's just one. Candace Owens. The feds did not ask Lance Twiggs questions. Correction and assessment is that Twiggs was interviewed by investigators twice, September 12th, 2025 and April 20th, 2026. The debate claim is directly contradicted by the hearing record /reporting. Another falsehood by Candace Owens. At a preliminary hearing, the defense is not allowed to present affirmative evidence such as evidence of a conspiracy. The correction and assessment is that Utah Rule 7B expressly says that after the state's case, the defendant may testify, call witnesses, and present evidence, and may cross-examine adverse witnesses at the preliminary hearing. She also said, because Twiggs had use immunity, he could, quote, literally lie about anything and not get in trouble. False again. Use immunity limits use of compelled statements against the witness for covered conduct. It does not immunize perjury or false swearing. Another Candace Owens falsehood. Because the state uses hearsay/inference at a preliminary hearing, Owens' degraded DNA to patsy inference is evidentially equivalent to the state's case. This one, I want to check something. Candace Owens, the entire preliminary hearing was hearsay. The correction and assessment is that Utah permits reliable hearsay at preliminary examinations, but the hearing also contained 5 firsthand testimony, surveillance video, physical evidence, and forensic evidence. So, quote, entire is false. More by Candace Owens. Lance Twiggs' DNA was on the rifle itself. That's false. To her credit, she did correct that. She did eventually correct that, but it was stated. Owens later explicitly acknowledged that she had wrongly extrapolated this point. Another falsehood. There were 5 sets of prints on the trigger. Correction and assessment. The testimony concerned mixed DNA, not 5 fingerprint sets. The combined trigger/trigger guard sample had at least 4 contributors. Testimony allowed that the true number could be higher. Could be. I hope that makes sense, Sinclair Jones and Felice Robinson. Felice says Candace doesn't need evidence. The government needs evidence to convict. All are at liberty to question the narrative. This isn't about questioning the narrative. It's about trying to justify these conspiracy extrapolations as reasonable or as supported. The causal line has not been drawn to this patsy conspiracy. There is no causal line that's been given by Candace Owens. People should require justification for their beliefs and claims. That usually comes in the form of evidence. So no, you shouldn't be saying or believing that Candace doesn't need evidence. So the reality here, a couple minor corrections coming in version 2. But this is where we're sitting. Candace Owens is represented in orange. Andrew Wilson in blue. Patrick Beck David in green, but whatever. She's got 11 falsehoods here. The unsupported section is insane. Look at the distribution. That doesn't mean she didn't get anything right. But it shows a global problem in the way she thinks about things. There's a habit exposed here. And this is consistent with the deep analysis I ran on Candace last night. It's consistent with where so many of her epistemic values that should be valuable when we're trying to get a clear picture of reality are on life support. And this result is exactly what my analysis last night predicted. It predicted this. And this was, look, it's not that this was a genius performance by Andrew Wilson. This is philosophy 101 stuff, low resolution from an academic perspective. All of this stuff is low resolution. But there's an important lesson to be learned here. And I think a lot of people have been, trying to get away with landing some quick punches against Andrew Wilson for certain moments in the debate and making these grand sweeping statements that, oh, he got destroyed, man. And they didn't assess the data accurately at all. At all. But we need to overcome this low resolution relationship with the facts. Some weird things going on X right now. Sinclair said, strengthens her argument. Questioning is always reasonable. Always question. I mean, it's a very romantic thing to say. There are such things as stupid questions. I hate to break it to you, but there are such things as stupid questions. I'm very curious because this is a hugely publicized debate. I'm very curious as to how people in the intellectual sphere, in the debate sphere, talk about this debate. Very curious. What's happening here is a lot of people are going to have these emotional knee-jerk reactions that are just born out of their negativity and positivity bias. Without having the data, which is almost certainly almost everyone, they're going to go to X and they are going to allow their negativity or positivity bias to do their thinking for them. The facts, whatever. I'm just going to say something like, yeah, he wrecked him. And here's the one moment where he wrecked wrecked him. Here it is. That's low resolution. People ask me what low resolution looks like. What up, Tommy boy? Says, question 1. Are you indeed in the cheesecake Illuminati? Answer me now, Travis Penguin. Well, I have to confess that I am in the Benjamin Netanyahu cheesecake Illuminati. What's it to you? Oh, I knew he was a Zionist. That's why he's doing this. That gives me license to run away from the facts. Wasn't it? I mean, it'll be it'll be interesting how the facts don't care about your feelings crowd is responding to this debate. I'm worried this is like taking too long. Should I start it again? I think I'm going to start it again. But I'm going to refresh, reload. I want to see that thinking happening. Oh, actually, I want to add one more thing. I need to add something. Oh, what was it? Ugh. Cancel. Stop. There was something I wanted to add, folks. What was it? Something I wanted to add. Or something. It would just be the cherry on top. It wasn't required, but I really wanted to add it. This report. Really wanted to add it to this report. Oh, it's going to be something that really pisses me off. I'm going to click go and then I'm going to think about it again. What was it? Oh. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's do it. We did it. Dun, 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 da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Bow, 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 Okay. We are creating version 2. Very quick bathroom break. Oh, this has been epic. You guys keep me alive through all this. Sinclair, are you a bot? Do you honestly believe that, Sinclair? I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I hope you take a very close look once I publish the version 2 report at the actual data. So just to be clear with you, Sinclair, based on rigorous empirical standards, Candace Owens made 11 false claims, 23 unsupported claims. That equals 34 non-factual claims. 34 non-factual. Compared to 5 supported claims by Candace Owens. Only 5. If you have any competing data, I'm happy to look at it. I'm happy to adjudicate any of this, Sinclair. But what does that make you think? Does it make you think that maybe I'm in on it? Does it make you think that I've made an egregious amount of mistakes? I'm open to hearing your critiques. Here's one of the unsupported claims by Candace Owens. John Bray's vector/optical flow analysis establishes a hidden shaped charge detonation. Correction and assessment is optical flow methods describe apparent image motion. They do not by themselves identify the physical cause. No validated forensic reconstruction or independent explosives analysis was presented to bridge pixel motion to a shaped charge. The quote, people only lie when they are trying to obscure something else. That's false. Don't even have to read the answer, the correction for that. We should all know that. Let's go to the most consequential. You know what? I need a snack to eat. I'm fading a little bit. Just checking out where my version 2 PDF is at. Just need a quick snack. But the facts are Oswald did kill JFK. I'll be back in just a couple seconds here, just grabbing a bit of food. Leave you guys with Destiny if he's still alive. Destiny. Oh, he's not still alive. He is unlive. Well, I'll be back in just like a couple minutes. What should I leave you guys on the screen with? Something tasty. Oh, yeah, this is good. The logic, inference, and epistemic quality audit. It has the speaker on this side. In this stretch, Andrew Wilson down here, but you can take a look at Candace Owens' biggest logical, inferential, and epistemic quality issues here. The listed fallacy or issue, possibility becomes evidence. I'm just muting my mic so I don't eat in your ear. Okay. Well, version 2. While version 2 is being created, why don't we take a look at the X-verse or Twitterverse? Let's go add window. Boom. All right. Let's take a look. Now, what are people saying? Chloe Roma says, why did Andrew Wilson need an earpiece and Candace Owens didn't, and Candace didn't? Why did he read his opening statement off his phone? Why was he so unprepared? I don't even know, like, what is that earpiece? People are saying earpiece. Someone says because the Jews were feeding him his arguments. Wow. This person says, after all the crap about the, quote, receipt that would prove Tyler Robinson had dinner at Cowboy Steakhouse. Well, we might as well play this clip.
My other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your questions.
So nothing there.
Do you have the steakhouse receipt? Is my question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt. And that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So to be clear, there's no receipt.
I just said the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
Well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story
Yeah.
that blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was.
This person says, after all the crap I took for asking the right questions to verify the credibility of that story and rightly calling it into question, especially based on the video statement of the faceless anonymous waiter, Candace now finally admits they have not, in fact, tied that receipt to Tyler Robinson.
Was he interviewed the actual
Does she
server?
admit
So
that?
there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that.
I agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He paid. If you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well,
It's
the
more
reason I'm
something
asking
that-
you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are.
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved? I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like, if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But
cool,
I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that
That's like reversing the burden of proof. You're kind of putting the burden on other people. Well, if you haven't debunked it yet, like, I'm going to leave it on the timeline. But it sounds like she also believes it, that it's not just on the timeline. So, yeah, that's like a burden shift. Weird. Very interesting, folks. Very interesting. What up, everyone? I'm just waiting for version 2. Should have it in a bit here. So I can go through it. Now I knew what I wanted. I knew I was going to think about it. Oh, just need a little food in my body. Where are the... I got to do it. I got to stop this process opening. I do want to do that first. No, I will do that after. I will do that after. We'll do that after. Extracting source register. I have it in my notes now. Okay. Here we are. Okay, that's still going. Good. Good. Okay. That'll be the final step. Yeah, sorry. I was just going through some things there. Yeah, I mean, look, these are fair criticisms. Anna Kasparian just said, how does one agree to pay $300,000 to debate a criminal case when they don't even know what the suspect is charged with? What is that? It's a fair criticism. Yeah, like the money attached to that thing, like, you might want to know that. It still doesn't do what many people are going to think it does with regards to curing Candace Owens' position of all of the the falsehoods and non-factual claims. But that's a fine criticism. Yeah, somebody frantically on the Unfuck America tour X account is trying to announce that Andrew Wilson lost this debate. What is this?
But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone. But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th.
But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
Yeah, that's an inconsistency in the messaging. Again, don't allow your conspiratorial mind to run with that and think that she's in on it. You know, the most likely situation here is that when this video was made, she perhaps wasn't aware of the message, or she didn't want to disclose it. Maybe it was being held for evidence. Who knows, right? But people are going to create videos like this, and then people are going to think that this is a direct causal line to some conspiratorial thing.
No. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025.
Oh.
I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed.
Oh.
On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes,
Spicy.
Law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th.
By the way, personal experience, 2 people have been
Whatever
in that
could
position. I
he
can tell you
have
I've
meant
sent
by
very
that?
similar texts.
Well, I think he meant exactly
Gerald
what
confirmed
he said.
he's seen the text. It's real.
People were saying that you had questions about
Anything. Hi, what's up?
People were saying that you had questions about legal stuff.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Okay. Wow, everybody, thanks for baiting me to come on here.
Wait, who said that? Which person said that?
No, I'm not. Wide hide, everybody. No, it just no. It was just people were like, "Oh, we're talking about legal stuff." Go. Destiny was asking questions earlier, so go and talk to him about it. It was just, I don't know. It seemed like you had a pretty good handle of it.
Crazy, crazy stuff, folks. Crazy stuff.
Did actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah.
Not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not,
I think
he
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the time. Are you talking about, like, when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
No, you said so.
Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive.
Okay, extreme fact check, mission control. We have so many of the Israel clips. Get the best one to Gerald.
He never spoke about with him. Nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues. Since Lance testified, they never spoke about LGBTQ issues. That he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which, if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your
Lance
lunch
the
before
boyfriend?
you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because
no gays ever eat at Chick-fil-A.
Oh my God! As I feel like
fact check false.
Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking.
That is not what I'm looking for. This is what I'm looking for. Ooh. Okay. Let's resolve these holds. Let's resolve these holds. Wow, people are going to be pushing really, really hard. To make it look like Candace Owens had the better debate. That's not what the data shows. That is not what the data shows. We're just making sure we're just resolving these holds. There was a few claims on hold in the report that needed to be resolved. What hour are we on now? Oh, we've almost made 10 hours on the stream. Yeah, good job, everyone. All right. Let's take a look at some more clips people are creating. Andrew Wilson is wearing an earpiece. Who is feeding him information? Is it an earpiece or a Desi damp? Like, so that he, deafens his right ear. Although an earpiece falls much better into the conspiratorial mind. People are creating these. Made with AI.
Andy, baby, no, stop. It's okay. It's okay.
Wow, the AI video generation is getting so good. It's unbelievable. It has to put the label "made with AI" underneath it.
It was bad. It was bad. Eric is gonna kill me. Ben is gonna kill me.
You got to be able to laugh at yourself. What do we got here?
And if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay. I mean,
That seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like...
I'm not. Never
No,
did.
I think those are two different things. That's more
Two
something I'm
totally
asking
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source that she's
probably
willing
didn't
to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we don't-
had a relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of this.
then if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate, this has
Did
got
you send
nothing to
them
do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on
Well, I sent the email, assuming that's I'm saying like you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So actually, it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question, and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow-up to that is the following. If they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel.
Okay,
They were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And
they haven't
think
called you.
Then I find that to be very strange
Very-
too.
I do as well.
Because who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but when
Let me
government.
he
ask one
did-
question.
but
Let me
when he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Let me just ask one
Okay.
question, and I'm going to bring
Okay.
it to you.
Sure.
The question is, in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel and French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police.
The question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should. Like,
right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter. You can really. Yeah, no, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like
name all 7.
And I
can you name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up. I can
hang on. Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries a death sentence in the state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work. And you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
No, I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them.
Then
and I'm going to say
them.
again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And
what's the specific charges, though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice, obstruction of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being charged with it.
Just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's like you cannot say murder versus aggravated murder.
Distinction.
This gets to the.
Yeah, she shouldn't have dug her heels in so hard here because generally it is acceptable, even among legal experts, to call that a murder trial in Utah. But she is right that the more precise claim, the more accurate claim, is that he's being charged with aggravated murder, right? But in saying that, all that other stuff, this was most definitely Andrew Wilson's weakest moment. The more I look at this, the more it seems like he didn't have a good grasp or much of a grasp at all on the 7 charges. And he kind of realized that the best thing is to be honest in these situations. Just be honest. You're not going to fool anyone because the camera's right there. The camera's on you. It's being broadcasted out to the world. Just be honest about it. Just say, I don't know. Don't try to deflect it and put it back on her. Just say, yeah, I don't know. All I know is I'm here because I think this guy is guilty of shooting Charlie Kirk. Be honest, but trying to make things up or shift the burden over to Candace, she wasn't having it. She shoved it back your way. You're damn right I have the best hair in the game. You know what? I'm actually going to pay to distribute this final report on X. I want to make sure people see it. Well, we're into the 10-hour mark now, folks. We've done it. Just waiting on version 2 here. This should be the final update. It's windy tonight. Oh. Oh, I hurt my back yesterday. I slipped with my son while I was holding him on a hill and then landed on my back on a root. Ugh. Oh, also, you can probably see that. Also got a pretty damn good scrape. Oh yeah, it shows up good on the little bump. Not going to slow this dad down. El Nino. Yeah. El Nino. Thanks, Netanyahu. El Nini, Alabiski, Ala Nino, Alala. Okay, what else while we're waiting for this report? Oh, the memes are starting. Crime scene paved over already. Wow, people are really, really pushing into this. I wonder how people are going to deal with my data. I'm going to send it around to as many people I know who have big followings on X and on social media. I'm going to see which ones are interested in sharing the data.
On to, then we look at the filings, which came from the.
So this post says, new Candace Owens falsely claimed Tyler Robinson's defense didn't have access to his phone data by the preliminary hearing, using that as a reason to doubt the authenticity of his text message confession. That's not what happened. Utah County prosecutors produced Robbins' forensic phone extraction to the defense on March 13th, 2026. Yeah, there's a lot of fact checking to do on this one. What is this jackal saying?
I don't know how people watch it. She's the dumbest, most dishonest person I've ever seen. I don't know how anybody watches that shit. That's why anti-Semitism is really gatekept for white people, I guess. Because you put it in the hands of somebody like that, and it's all over the place. It's beekeeping conspiracies. It's Brigitte Macron, transgenders, energy weapons, trap doors.
Ooh, I'm being told the battery is low in my... from fully charged. That's pretty impressive. I think that's the first time that's happened. All right, let's get the beats rolling here. All right, give me a video to test out here.
Inferences, and then there's a difference between legal inferences ordinary inferences, and then something like logical deduction. And what Andrew seemed to be requiring of Candace was a deduction, a conclusion following from its premises, like a priori premises. And that.
No, he was not requiring that. Hopefully, can you guys hear this?
There's a difference between legal inferences, ordinary inferences, and then something like logical deduction. And what Andrew seemed to be requiring of Candace was a deduction, a conclusion following from its premises, like a priori premises. And that doesn't apply in criminal law.
That's not what he was requiring. He was asking for that causal line from all of these other conspiratorial lines to the conspiracy of, Israel being involved, the French, patsy. Where's the direct line to the patsy conspiracy? That's what was being asked. He wasn't asking for formal logical syllogisms and formal logical deduction. That's not what he was asking for. That was a misreading. That's just a 10-second video without any audio. Let's see where my data is at. Well, my system's working really hard. Of course, only for Zionism. What is this?
Being the moderator. I know a lot of people are bitching about Patrick Bet-David being the moderator. I think he did fine. I mean, out of the choices that I had, I think that he was a fine choice. I think Myron would have been a fine choice too. You know what I mean? But we went with what we thought everyone could agree to would be the best for that situation.
And let me be clear, guys. There's nothing wrong with using Patrick. Patrick has a huge platform. He has 2 million plus subscribers. It makes sense to have him on. And shout out to Andrew Wilson. I have no issue with the decision to go with Andrew.
Public, you shared it.
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah, we should show that text
new
message that you read, just because I think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my.
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. That's got to drip out that evidence. Keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention.
That was a bit of an awkward moment. What is this doing? Well, it's still working, right? It's just taking a moment. Well, what do you think, folks? Some of you have been here a long time with me. Thomas says, verified badass, correct? Shukakalaya. Shukakalaya to you.
Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women.
So he's sitting across from, another woman. You're in, like he's gotta pick his spots. Like, if this is his sense of humor, it's just he's causing detriment to others' well-being by engaging in this way. Like, you pick your spots. This isn't like, it's weird that he thinks that this is like, if this is a joke, it's weird that he thinks this is an appropriate joke. And if it's not a joke, then it's just a purely immoral, factually just ridiculous, false position of Andrew's. This is my thing with him. He could be so much greater. He could be such a greater man if he actually practiced what he preached. He claims to be a Christian. Then start acting like a fucking Christian. I'm not a Christian. I use well-being calculus and my moral quest to guide me through life to being a good person. Maximize well-being for myself and those around me. In your own religion, dude, you were left a framework by a guy called Jesus who explicitly left messages behind that you were to live by Jesus's example. And I've seen some excerpts of conversations and stuff where Andrew Wilson is like, yeah, I know I'm failing my Christian standard and I'm failing aspects of being a Christian. Well, change your behavior. You could start with not saying stupid shit like this and looking, quite frankly, retarded in this video content that's being dispersed around the world. That being said, from an epistemic perspective, Andrew Wilson basically, he didn't have to do much to absolutely dominate this debate. People running around like without providing any data, like going off their own vibes or whatever, thinking that, oh, Candace Owens owned him. Did you look at any of the evidence? Did you hear the actual claims she was making? The conspiratorial line drawing, the motive attribution, mind reading. It's a shit show from an analytical, philosophical perspective. Do I still have this thing up? An absolute shit show. I'm going to run that report and I'm going to send it to him personally. How Andrew's behaviors must improve if he is truly to call himself someone who's walking the Christian path. Walking a path that is consistent with what his Lord and Savior asked of him. The truth hurts sometimes. How are we doing on my documents? Looks like it's still working. "12 websites. Is this still moving? Ugh. I know I'm asking a lot of this system. Oh yeah, it's still active. Still counting.
But on top of, you didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
Okay. Are you? Are you?
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm glad you're asserting that you're
but
okay.
you didn't mention that I mentioned.
Yes. That is not a good posture by Candace. Don't troll your interlocutor. Someone says, in the voice of Morgan Freeman, this tweet did not, in fact, age well.
For all of her claims of patsy, yeah, she had nothing, just nothing. For all of her claims of patsy,
right?
Nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She
That's
didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had
No, bum fights is not funny. Bum fights is not funny. Someone says, where do you stand on this whole thing? Well, I'm just wrapping up 10 hours of analysis here. Epistemically, I mean, the data doesn't lie here. Candace Owens was completely out to lunch. Around 34 non-factual claims. Brutal from an epistemic perspective. Versus Andrew Wilson's 3 non-factual claims. 34-3. She is, from a facts perspective, her epistemic system is just dong water. She doesn't have an epistemic system that lends itself to her forming beliefs about the actual true facts accurately, the corresponding facts, the objective facts about what is actually going on in reality. Horrible epistemic system. Andrew had some substantial ethical F-ups, including a section where he seemed to be lying about whether he really knew what the 7 counts against Robinson were. Yes, I think the evidence in this case is actually overwhelming that Robinson committed this crime. I think what's probably going to happen, based on all the other cases like this that I've studied, is that Robinson's going to accept a plea deal that takes the death penalty off the table, and he's going to plead guilty to first-degree murder. Oh, there was a goddamn error. Now I have to run this again. We'll eventually get it out. We'll get it out. Goose Fraba, whatever that means. But all in all, I mean, epistemically, based on the facts, based on what I view to be good, sound epistemic standards, and balancing out the ethics of how the ethics of how the conversation went from a well-being perspective, including everything, Andrew, won by a landslide. But this was not a difficult task for him. A philosophy 101 student could have pulled off this epistemic victory, and probably with more grace than Andrew Wilson, with calling all women retarded and, some really weird, strange moments from him. Emoon says, I think Joe Rogan did it. Yeah, let's do a fact check on that. Let's do 10 hours on that claim. We're getting there, folks. Getting there. Takes time to get there, folks. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm just pumping out version 2 of the report. Where is my damn Twitter window? X window. There we go. People are just pumping out the content.
An anonymous source, of course. No, how do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source. An anonymous source, of course.
3 people got interviewed on that night. Only one of them actually wrote a statement.
Why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question
I've been asking. The parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
forever. But they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true?
Well, what
No, how do you know that? This information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's son Persis, who has more no real reported by Overlist, trying.
Is that a
closings? If you want to do closings.
Well, I also would just if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
It's actually so funny. Someone just said, we each got 3 fact checkers with us with AIs. This convo going to be high level. Shh. Yeah. I thought, I don't know what live fact checking means. It's where the flawed, the cognitively limited humans that are engaging in the debate, you're not seeing the fact checking live. It's just if they call for a fact check, that's that's like relying on chimpanzees to mow your lawn properly. Man. They could have just put me down there in the corner in the middle. little box that would have been given the middle finger to the camera and fact checking it live. Would have been brilliant.
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's
not this part again.
Obstruction of justice, him being up for the death sentence.
We already saw that clip. It's not that I don't think it's a fascinating clip. We've just seen it so many times now. They were using their fact-checking intellectual prowess to play Candy Crush. I love it. Da 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 da. When I get this report, I'm going to open it up and we'll go through it before we release it to the public. We're not going to go we don't have to go through every little thing with this check through. What is this?
Because I'm not that kind of. You could insult me as much as you want. I wouldn't, because I'm not that kind of person. I'm going to come around the table and get in your face and push your chair. I'm a bigger person. You did that shit because you know that as a woman. No, shut your fucking mouth. You know what's funny? You thought that you could come around the table.
Wow. What is that? I'm just really curious of how people are going to try to downplay their support for hardcore conspiratorial line drawing and just a plethora of non-factual errors with regards to Candace Owens. And I've been saying this all day, all night, that I'm not here working for Owens or Andrew Wilson. I'm just doing my regular analysis. And it's just quite clear that from a facts and epistemic perspective, Candace Owens is just out in la la land. Just lost epistemically. Lost in this issue being debated with regards to the facts. In a substantial way. In a Dave Farina Israel-Palestine propaganda video way. Man. Everyone's talking about the charges.
People think Israel's involved. We don't know an Israeli angle in this. Why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy.
Okay, we're going to go through. We got version 2. We got version 2.
The week prior,
yes.
Or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place.
Mm-hmm.
And again,
Okay, we can shut that down. Now, I'm going to pull up window capture. Oh, wait, I'll just delete this, right? Yes. Oops. .1, here we go. Yay. We are family. Hey, hey, yeah. God on my stomach. That's going to get this video demonetized. I said we are family. Hey, yeah, yeah. Okay. Cool. We got it. Let's quickly look through 2.1. Make sure we are... Is that the wrong one? Am I on the wrong... Wait. Oh. I was on the wrong screen. There we go. We got 2.1 right here. Before we go through this, I'm just going to kiss my baby boy goodnight because it's already his bedtime. Okay. So version 2.1 with our updates, there's only one hold left, which is fine. High impact audit. Every claim in this section is reproduced as a direct transcript quotation. Claim and correction are placed in separate columns, so the speaker's words cannot be confused with Pangburn analysis adjudication. Video timestamps are aligned to the user-supplied TurboScribe export. Evidence map. Huh. There's something happened with the formatting that I don't like. That's annoying. It's annoying. That's annoying. That's annoying. Oh boy. Is this version 2.1? I was hoping it wasn't. I got to take a look at this. Hmm. Oh, that's annoying. This is what it takes. Patience. Patience. Okay, everyone. Well, I want to thank you all for joining me today. This was epic. I'm a bit drained, but we got it done. I'm going to finish trying to get the version 2 audit looking exactly the way I want it, but I will be publishing it on X and on Discord as soon as it's ready. So I hope you guys share it around. I hope you find it useful. I hope you enjoyed the stream today. Please smash the like button and remember to subscribe before you leave. And most importantly, please make sure you're out there maximizing well-being, physical, mental, and social health for yourself and those around you. Thank you, and